would like to call on stage Henry Keme, who is standing in for the chair.
President of the Law Society of Kenya, Madam, and as the MC for the event rightly said, for me to give her speech, today I'm giving her speech on behalf of the President. Your Excellency, the Governor, Vihiga, Honorable, or His Excellency Otichilo, the Chair, the CEO, CPF, Osea Kili, our learned senior colleague, the learned judges of our superior courts, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, riding on the protocol already set out, allow me to say good morning. Good morning once more. Thank you so much. It gives me great pleasure to be in your midst this morning and to be able to make these opening remarks because of the importance of this conference. Allow me to start by appreciating and thanking the leadership of the Environment and Land Court and the entire leadership of the Judiciary for thinking it wise to put together this conference at such a time. We want to thank you for thinking of North Rift as the host for this event, and to tell you that North Rift, we pride ourselves as the source of champions, the home of champions, the city of champions, the land of Eden treasures, the cradle of mankind, and more importantly, the food basket for our country. When I say all that, I've defined our 6 counties in the North Rift region. And of course, closing on the fact that we are the food basket of our nation, it tells you how timely and important to have such a conference held in this region. Climate change is a very complex phenomenon of human life. If you want to be so scientific and to speak about depletion of the ozone layer, to speak about composition of our clouding mechanisms, but it can be a very simple phenomenon if you want to talk about the drying of our rivers, the changes in our vegetation, the dying of our animals. These seemingly disjointed perspectives of climate change, from where we stand, has created a confusion in having discussions and conversations that will help us to fast-track mechanisms to address this phenomenon. We appreciate the Judiciary for putting together this conference so that it can start a discourse in trying to understand climate change from a local perspective, and we can be able to have our own definition of climate change. All of us who have followed international discussions on climate change will appreciate that we have a disjointed definition of what climate change is. Of course, the United Nations defines climate change as long-lasting or long-term changes in temperature and weather patterns. But a deeper understanding of that would tell all of us that that is not a conclusive definition of what climate change is. That then calls us, as Kenyans, as administrators of justice, to then fashion a definition that will help us to appreciate the disputes that will come before our courts. This morning, I want to request all of us, both our colleagues in the bench and our colleagues in the bar, to take it seriously upon ourselves to help the nation to understand and to appreciate climate change as a justice aspect of human life. Of course, we are starting at a moment where some of us would think it's a bit too late, because our Environment and Land Court has already celebrated 10 years of its existence. And all of us will appreciate that it has taken us more than 10 years to appreciate the importance of environment as a component of the jurisdiction of the court, and to elevate it to the position that is required. But it's not too late for us to be able to focus on that discussion and to ensure that our courts are well equipped to handle disputes arising from climate change. For the fact that the jurisprudence in this area has not grown so much, I call upon our judges and members of the bar to continually look at beyond our jurisdiction and see what other developed jurisdictions have done in terms of climate change litigation and climate change addressing of disputes. This is an area that we may need to breathe more life to alternative dispute resolution mechanisms to ensure that communities are able to benefit from the resources they have. And of course, the depletion of the resources will be able to be addressed and remedied under the polluter paid principle. I think it's now a moment that we need to be able to focus on building the capacity of our courts. And I would call upon the leadership of the judiciary to see it necessary to well equip the Environment and Land Court, and of course to carry on continuous capacity building for the judicial officers and the staff already deployed in the court. This is the only way we'll ensure that the jurisprudence can develop as fast as possible, and we can be mentioned in the community of nations as part of jurisdictions that have developed climate change jurisprudence. On behalf of the Law Society of Kenya, on behalf of the membership of the society, we give you our commitment that we shall do what is necessary to ensure that the decisions that are delivered from the courts speak to a desire to push forward the discussion on climate change. Otherwise, allow me to wish all of you a fruitful conference. Allow me to wish all of you a moment of learning. And of course, as you enjoy the 5 days to be here, take a moment to sample what is available in this region. May God bless you.
Thank you very, very much for to welcome you. Maybe it's you to welcome us, but we have been here since yesterday. We have in the house the governor, His Excellency the Governor Jonathan B. Chelilim from Uasin Gishu. Thank you very much for coming. We know you have a session with us to actually handle the high level session once we have the chief guest here. Thank you for coming. I think, colleagues, learned friends, clearly 10 years is a decade of our existence. And clearly we see that we must continuously think about capacity building if we must fast track jurisprudence around climate change, meaning we already have set our pace that we must not be left behind. That climate change, number two, must be localized. I've had discussions around those who think that the COP29s and such big conferences don't speak to the local people heavily affected by climate change. What about the role of the courts, the judges? Are we ready to begin fast-tracking the conversation? Are we ready to adjudicate on issues around climate change? And what's our take? Maybe just say the next 5, 10 years, are we going to measure what we've been able to do around climate justice? With that, allow me to now invite our NLC chair, who is present with us, Gershom Otachi, to just give a word or two, including a minute of your vision of what you see ELC doing for the next 5 years. Welcome.
Your Excellencies, the governors are present, the host governor and Governor Otichilo, the presiding judge of ELC, I think he stepped out briefly, the honorable judges of the ELC, my friend CPF head, as well as the CEO of COG, riding on the protocols. I had not prepared a speech. In fact, I had not expected to speak. I had expected to come and listen and engage with the judges, who are my professional colleagues as well, because it's always my pleasure to attend these functions organized by the Environment and Land Court. Let me start by, as I do always, appreciating the proactivity of this particular court in terms of engagement with the public, with institutions such as universities and others, and also appreciate the continued partnership between us, that is the ELC and the NLC. And as I often point out, we are twins, because the National Land Commission and the Environment and Land Court were, first of all, conceptualized under the 2009 National Land Policy and birthed in the 2010 Constitution. So we are the same age. Now, going back to the, probably remind, not announce, remind us that we did recommend a national land policy to national government. This has been in the works for a while, but we formally did this in March of this year when we handed over our draft national land policy to the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Lands, for further processing. But the reason I focus on the national land policy is because the draft national land policy that is under discussion now has a lot of focus on matters of climate and climate change and matters of environment. And again, I would urge all of us, because the policy is still under discussion, I would urge all of us to give our input to that policy in that context. Now, the Commission also has an oversight role on matters of spatial planning. And in that regard, we are continuously following up with the counties in terms of planning. When I see the two governors nodding, I know they are aware we have a quarrel because many of them are not compliant with the requirements of the law in terms of developing the national land policy. But we keep on reminding them about the importance of that. And again, I bring that out because matters of planning and matters of environment and climate change go hand in hand. Now, in the very recent past, you will recall, of course, we have these swings between serious drought and then very heavy rains. I know that the rains are beginning to fall around this time across the country, but you recall that the last time we had very heavy rains, I think it was early this year, we witnessed some very interesting scenes in our cities. You will recall how we were watching in the news houses submerged in upmarket areas like Runda, totally submerged, and people going around in boats in what is supposed to be a residential area where they're supposed to be driving. We saw the same in Earth River. Again, some very beautiful houses, apartments, but again, submerged. People had to be rescued. Now, these are issues to do with climate change, but as well as planning. So as we do our plans, of course, there are the broad spatial plans, and then there are planning approvals from area to area. As we go about the function of planning, to what extent do we take into account these matters of climate change? And also appreciating when the ELC, the Chief Justice, were launching the environment division of the ELC in Naivasha, I think that was last year, we had very interesting discussions around some of these issues. And I recall providing some examples of the kind of challenges that you judges will be handling and around which you will be developing jurisprudence. I gave the example of the rising levels of water levels of lakes like Lake Naivasha and others. I gave examples of rising levels at the sea, but sometimes also recession of the sea, and what effect that has on interests, but particularly private interests of people who already have titles. How do you go about navigating those issues and balancing the private as against the public interests in that context of matters of climate change and the matters of environment, where you have to look at the greater good, the public good vis-a-vis personal interests. So in this regard, I'm happy to note that there's been very proactive jurisprudence from the courts, from this division, from this court. I may not have read all the decisions that may have come out on matters environment, but I'll pick out, I think, one that I read by Lady Justice Bor Nanyuki on the role of WARMA, when Water Resources Management Authority has pointed out or put a restriction and said a particular area is a riparian area or is a wetland or is ecologically sensitive, for instance. How does that affect the rights of the individual who already has a title on that? And I think it was interesting jurisprudence in terms of looking at the public good versus the private private interests. So these are issues that will keep coming in different ways, different versions. On the part of the Commission, the Land Act provides that when you're allocating land, there is a certain category of land that we do not allocate. So if you are asked to allocate land that is clearly in an ecologically sensitive area, riparian, and so on, we are not supposed to accept a request to allocate land to private interests. And what we do whenever we get requests to allocate is we make sure that we do a ground visit and we have all the information that helps us. We may not be perfect in that, but all the information that helps us in making that determination. But of course, those applying, those seeking that we allocate normally will be county governments and at times national government. And that is a role that we play jointly in ensuring that what is allocated does not fall within those areas that are protected. What really is the most challenging bit is where there are pre-existing interests. So somebody also has a parcel of land that where there is a running lease of 99 years. It's been there for a long time, it's been extended. But along the way, with climate change, it turns out it has become a wetland when it was not that before. How do you go about then appreciating the private interest versus the public interest, and what do you do around that? So with that, as I said, I had not prepared a speech. I am happy to be here. Governor B, today you are my host, so I'm happy to be here. The university, we really appreciate you. Let me also appreciate most of these sponsors from IDLO, CPF, FAO, and so on, are very great partners in matters of land and environment. And I think we work together continuously, jointly in this venture. So we cannot separate all these players. We all have a continuous role. The courts have a continuous role interpreting the law. And interpreting the law, they also give us guidelines on how we should be proceeding. The counties, government particularly, have a very important role in determining how they plan and also make a request for allocation of land. And when I was last asked to address the ISK, Institute of Surveyors of Kenya, I also challenged them and told them, look, when we have this kind of land, the examples I've given of Runda and other places where houses are submerged, the question I was asking, how much attention do we pay as professionals in ensuring that we are doing the right thing, particularly when we are dealing with allocation of land? So with those off-the-cuff remarks, asanteni sana, and let us enjoy this together. Asante.
Thank you very much. That in all that we do, let's do them for the greater good. I think that's my key highlight of all that has been said. And for now, I would like to invite my friend. Most people don't know that CPF, the County Pension Fund, has been supporting many institutions for many years, including the county governments. Issues of land governance, providing training. The Council of Governors, I think, has benefited, and many other institutions. And therefore, sometimes we feel, since they're everywhere, we must also hear their voice. We would like to appreciate you and invite you to just give us a word at the podium. Ose Akili, the MD and CEO, CPF.
Thank you, Judy, and distinguished Excellency Governors who are present here today, our honorable judges, particularly of the Environment and Land Courts, who have hosted us here today, other distinguished guests, my learned colleagues, and esteemed citizens of this county. It's both a privilege and an honor as a main sponsor of this event and other events before this, for me to be given a chance to address such an august congregation as one we have today. It is good also that this function is happening within an area close to my own heart, because we have investments in this county. I live within this county also, and I'm happy to see the Vice Chancellor of Moi University, who has done a lot. The university has done a lot in birthing many campuses, and which have turned to be universities by themselves. And as a result, like an old mother, has become weak as a result of giving birth to young ones. But people don't appreciate it. Yeah, so I would like Kenyans not to condemn Moi University for having given birth to all the good universities we now have, and then appreciate the good universities who are born by the university, mother university, and forget the mother. So it's also a privilege and an honor to address you at this critical conference focused on the role of the courts in remedying climate change chaos, a call for distributive and procedural justice. The urgency of the theme resonates deeply with the challenges we face as a global community. Climate change has long ceased to be a distant threat here, impacting communities, economies, and ecosystems across the globe, and its effects are particularly felt by those least responsible for causing it. And we really feel very sad that the latest COP29 held in Baku has come with I would call it a failure, because this justice we are looking for has not been delivered. Today, I would like to reflect on the legal implications of climate change and the pivotal role the judiciary can play in addressing its devastating consequences. I have the honor of serving as the Group Managing Director and CEO of the CPF Group. It's actually bigger than the pension fund for the counties, because it's the largest, we are now the largest pension fund administrator in Kenya. We manage assets worth over 250 billion under our administration. We serve over 500,000 individual members across our county schemes, as well as the national government through the PSSS, the Public Service Superannuation Fund. We also recently were given the mandate to administer the 21 million ASLA pension, which is soon going to be launched. Our mission transcends mere financial management. We strive to fulfill lives and safeguard the financial futures of our members and, of course, the citizenry. As we gather today, I would like to highlight our commitment to sustainable investments and our active role in promoting climate justice. But more importantly, I want to emphasize the critical role of the judiciary in driving the distributive and procedural justice required to remedy climate change chaos. I am honored to represent an organization that is dedicated that not just to financial services, but to the very essence of improved empowerment and sustainability. I think for those, this particular court, which is I'm very much associated with, when they approached our organization for support with the first conference in Kilifi, I think we felt very honored to join them, and we have provided that support. And we continue to do so because we believe very strongly in an environmentally sustainable future for our people, and particularly our children. In the context of sustainability, one of the key drivers of change in Kenya's size and potential of our pension funds, Kenya's pension industry has over Kenya's shillings 2 trillion in assets under management. That is what his country has managed to grow. A substantial sum that can be leveraged to support sustainable investment and climate-related initiatives. These pension funds, through innovative entities like the CPF Group, as well as collectively through our industry association. For example, we aggregate ourselves under an association which I head as the president called APTAC, or Association of Pension Trustees and Administrators of Kenya. We also have other arrangements, like now we've just launched a countrywide, national, and industry-wide consortium called the Park Hunters Club. Through this Park Hunters Club, we are going to play a pivotal role in raising money for our infrastructure development in this country. And we are definitely going to drive the green and blended finance, because the beauty about is that the conversation about ESG has actually been concretized in our investment policies, not only internationally, but also locally. So we are also interested, not just in implementing ESG, but mainstreaming it into our investment decisions, but significantly, we want to contribute to climate mitigation and adaptation. Such projects, for example, any of our projects we are doing in CPF, we make sure they are H certified. We make sure they're H certified so that they can actually contribute. And the way we do so is by insisting on utilizing materials which are environmentally green, as well as introducing power sources like solarization, and where possible, any other alternative solution. So renewable energy projects, sustainable agriculture, green infrastructure, and carbon reducing technologies is what will help us as investment institutions to actually contribute to the environmental protection and to the economy. So the size of our pension funds pushing Kenya as a leader in impact investing, where the goal is not just the financial returns, but also positive social and environmental outcomes by embracing green bonds. So one of the areas we are focusing on at the moment is actually whenever we want to invest, we insist that these particular bonds which are going to be purchased by our funds have to be tailor-made to be green. So we want to do this under our sustainable development goals alignment in our investments. We can ensure that the benefits of climate action are felt and throughout our society and improving both our economic resilience and social equity. Now, just to continue our conversation, which my friend started, and I had actually been thinking about and trying to share this with Justice Angote. I think jurisprudence can develop around how do we not only protect our wetlands, our mountain and hills, which are commonly reserved areas for public good, the riverine vegetation. My thinking is that we can go further than just reserving it. I think we need to create an authority, just like we have KFS managing forests and KWS managing the flora and fauna. We also need an authority, possibly, and the county government should be able to play a big role here in providing an authority to actually take ownership of our riverine and our reserves and also our wetlands. And in that case, it should be able to demarcate that area. So our spatial plans and our cadastral plans, including the survey maps, can be redrawn so that these areas are separated and become public property fully with titles, and also rights of access for the system, like the way we have access to the sea and the lakes. This should be possible that landowners should be told to move back, and then access provided for people to actually go into the riverine and then even have places for recreation which are managed by an authority. So I really challenge our policymakers to consider this particular idea. And of course, when you do these things, you have the support of our institution. CPF Group, in collaboration with the other pension industry, is positioned to support the development of modern and sustainable infrastructure for environment and land courts. Not only land courts, possibly, but entire judiciary, because we believe that our judiciary, just like as a third arm of government, should not be really begging for resources. You know, everybody is competing for resources, and judiciary is also caught in between. My suggestion is that I would propose that judiciary should be able to create a structured arrangement whereby some of the income which is raised within the judiciary, like for example, the fines and deposits for security, etc., can be ring-fenced into a special fund. From that fund, and I know it can be a very huge one, you can be able to use it to leverage into investing into your infrastructure. So I'm here and ready to assist you because we are experts in structuring things. And you want to know this, I suggest you visit Homa Bay County and see their upcoming county headquarters. These things are possible. You don't have to be beggars. The executive arm of government always have their A in A's. Yeah? They are allowed by National Treasury to keep some of their money, less raised locally, and circulate within their business. Why can't judiciary do the same? So I can give you an example of how we can do this. For example, you need to expand your court systems. You need to have training centers. You need many things. You also need welfare for the judges and magistrates and everybody in the judicial system. These resources, when invested within that system, and I know you are supposed to have a judiciary fund, this can be the beginning of that. And within that, we can structure a welfare arrangement so that some of these things you do can be financed from those resources. Am I speaking something for you guys? So I don't have to give a lot of theory. I think all you need to do is have a meeting with me behind a tent, and I'll give you all the ideas. So, as I said, an example of a partnership between a pension fund system like ourselves and an institution like judiciary is the one we have done with one of our counties. And it's the beginning of what we are going to do for all the counties. Homa Bay County needed a county headquarters, but they didn't have adequate resources to put up in 1 year such a facility. So we came up with a structure. The details may not be fully, I will not be able to explain fully, but if you want to benchmark, you can visit Homa Bay County. The county headquarters is up and ready, coming up. In the next maybe 4 months, it will be ready. And it is financed on what we call a rent-to-own arrangements. It's not a loan. It's a sale which is deferred, and you pay on a periodic basis until you, but the only thing we require is a title, which we can then get our brother here, the chair of the National Land Commission, to give consent to lease for a long-term basis, and that we shall have it in our books as our asset till the time you are paying for it. And when you finish, you take ownership in full. So this arrangement can be tailored for both the judiciary. So some of the big infrastructure projects which we are grappling with, they don't have to be. And what we can do is that you luckily leverage the same cash flows which you have ring-fenced from the fund to securitize the investment through the capital markets. And other investors, both local and international, can come and join us in realizing these things. There are many ways of skinning a cat. So ladies and gentlemen, do not keep on going to the Treasury and asking for ever-receding finances. You have other solutions. And you are the ones who make the law to protect that structures. Green financing and financing opportunities. Green financing currently stands in the whole world at 5.1 trillion US dollars. This is a significant opportunity for Kenya to tap into these funds. We can access green bonds, sustainable loans, and other innovative financial products designed for climate resilient projects by using this opportunity presented. There are so many people feeling very guilty. You know, this is an issue of guilt. They are polluting because they are making money by some of their manufacturing. So because they feel guilty, they are ready to invest in somebody else who is going to alleviate their guilt. So let's take advantage of that. Let us write more, and some of this resolution we make here should be able to, we make them more guilty, and then therefore ready to give us concessional funding to help us build our own country. And we will do it the correct way by doing it green. So a critical aspect of addressing climate change involves national legal framework that can quantify and attach responsibility and ensure litigation for carbon emissions. I think we have not fully built on this, because if actually we begin to fight hard on the pollutants, you know, our roads, the traffic, the vehicles we're using are all not appropriate. People are still using diesel powered. And the moment, if we can make, we can have activists who can begin to bring matters to court to actually challenge some of these very polluting equipment and machineries, obviously we'll begin to discourage them. And on this aspect, us as CPF group, we actually engage in developing a small fund, which we hope next year we shall be able to unveil, to invest in EV buses for our cities. And we want to partner with our counties so that we can introduce EV buses. The moment we do that in a large scale, I can tell you, not only will we reduce carbon emission, but also we will reduce the cost of importation of fuel, which will reduce our exposure, and our foreign currency reserves will be enhanced, and the balance of currency, the forex, the import bill will reduce a big deal. And of course, the value of Kenya shilling will go up, because we will be keeping it within. We will not be spending too much foreign exchange in buying some of these things. So I would like to appeal to the counties to begin to spend, put a budget for putting up charging stations as public utilities in all the county. Start with your county headquarters, because when you put these structures, people will bring the equipment. I do not expect Governor B and Governor Otichilo that you'll do the next markets without, or the next passbacks without an element of EV charging stations. Please, you better have it, so that you can begin to encourage all of us to travel with EV buses. And then we will also be having enough demand to enable this country to set up an industry to manufacture this equipment. Now, I believe finally that we need to have our ELC, the lawyers and practitioners, to begin developing and enforcing contracts that quantify the responsibilities for example, carbon pricing mechanisms, which could be integrated into the trade agreements and investment contracts involving companies that contribute to high emissions. Lawyers can also attach billing options to apply an adjustment fee to the carbon content of product services, thereby encouraging both local and international companies to adopt sustainable practices. We have success stories on sustainability reporting from accountants. As we engage in discussion around the legal framework and the role of legal fraternity in advancing sustainability, it's important to acknowledge the significant strides made by our accountants and counterparts in this journey. For example, the International Financial Reporting Standard IFRS 1 and IFRS 2 on sustainability reporting have set a strong precedent, enabling companies to disclose climate-related disclosures and opportunities within their financial reporting standards. So these standards are instrumental in attracting investors and foreign inflows. So this is an area whereby we are all aligning to. And for example, in our CPF group institutions, all our annual reports contain this particular disclosure, and we are determined to go along this route. So I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that there's so much we can discuss in this particular forum. We can discuss about how quickly some of these challenges are impacting on our lives. We are all aware of the losses in the past years when so many people were drowned in flooding. So many people have died in heat waves in Europe, which are considered to be countries with low temperatures, but now we have wildfires in the western part of the world, like in Americas. We have storms, extreme storms in the Philippines and in the Indian subcontinent and many other places. So obviously this is a call to action for all of us to do something about it. Just because we are a little bit protected around the equator does not give us an excuse not to act. And with that, those many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I beg to submit that this is the right time to have a conversation on this issue. Thank you very much, and we shall continue working together.
Thank you very much, the MD Keeley. An interesting challenge there to self-sustainability of the courts. We've been talking about on-source revenue only when it comes to counties, but it looks like we also have to speak about it here with the judiciary. And I think that's an interesting challenge. So the green tent, I didn't see it. Maybe that's where we should put up a tent for consultations on how do we do it so that we can be self-sustainable through partnerships, through raising our own sources of revenue and other ways. The PJ, kindly allow me, you are our president this week. You'll allow me to keep just recognizing those that we see coming in, if you do. We have Jacqueline Ngutia, one of the commissioners, JSC, also joining us. Thank you very much. We don't want to forget one of our sponsors, Teresa Mugaza, the country director, IDLO. Welcome and to join us. We have one or two more before we go to the first panel session. I'm told that the opening ceremony is also being prepared very well. So allow me to, on behalf of Justice Ongaya, to welcome Lady Justice Anne Moure to speak on his behalf. He was unable to join us today. Our Lady Justice, karibu.
Good morning. Such a privilege to be here. Obviously, I'm not the principal judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Court. I was just sent because I was nearer by the PJ who was not able to join us. And so because I know time has gone, I'll just read his speech and leave it at that. So, all protocols observed, the governors, the land court, and all the other judges. I just want to congratulate the Environment and Land Court for holding this climate change conference entitled The Role of the Courts in Remedying Climate Change Chaos, a call for distributive and procedural justice. It is timely and it is consistent with the judiciary's vision of social transformation through access to justice. That is the motto of the judiciary. We at the Employment and Labor Relations Court are charged with justice in the world of work. Our core business is to ensure justice for workers and owners of jobs. Climate change impacts the nature of work, as it's obvious when there are issues of flooding, pandemics, and all kinds of other challenges. The world of work is also impacted. And it also affects livelihoods, especially of vulnerable communities. Rising temperatures are projected to increase heat stress and lower labor productivity. Climate hazards or disasters continue to destroy work environment and diminish working tenures. Investments in climate resilient infrastructure has a positive impact on the world of work. Governments, enterprises, and communities should come up with policies that enhance resilient and just transition. The International Labour Organization, that is the ILO, has, through the tripartite social dialogue, developed guidelines for a just transition towards environmentally sustainable economies and societies for all. The guidelines encourage governments to develop national policies and plans for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Further, policies should be for disaster preparedness in consultation with business associations, workers' organizations, and other stakeholders. A just transition, therefore, means ensuring no one is left behind or pushed behind in the transition to low carbon and environmentally sustainable economies and societies. Therefore, we at the Employment and Labor Relations Court, of course, you know we are twins with the Environment and Labor Court, and of course we are triplets with the High Court, but we mostly work quite closely with the LAD Court, with the Environment and LAD Court. We stand for a just transition by recognizing and upholding the principles and rights governing the world of work. Such include fair labor practices, the right to associate and collectively bargain, elimination of all forms of forced labor, slavery and servitude, elimination of all forms of child labor, and a safe and healthy working environment. We have embraced a rights and constitutional approach in hearing and determining the disputes that are brought to the courts. We have embraced strategic and public interest litigants towards safeguarding justice concerns of the vulnerable individuals and groups. Our overriding objective, therefore, is to be fair, proportionate, and expeditious in determination of the disputes that come before our courts. We stand with the Environment and LAD Court in reflecting about remedying climate change. Deliberations. I thank you for listening and for presence and for inviting me. Byram Mongoya, Principal Judge, Employment and Labor Relations Court in Kenya. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for those remarks. And finally, so that we can actually go to our panel, I would like to invite Judge Esther Maina, I think, who has been sent to represent Justice Ogolla. You're welcome.
So good afternoon, Your Excellencies, the Governors of Uasin Gishu and Kakamega, the Presiding Judge, Land and Environment Court, my colleague judges, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name, as you have heard, is Esther Maina. I'm a judge of the High Court, very privileged and honored to be in this land of champions. We have been told to be happy and I am indeed happy to be here. So the principal judge could not be here this morning because he's engaged in other official duties, but he said he could not pass this conference because it is important to us all. And I'm not here alone as a judge of the High Court. I've seen a few of my colleagues, so the High Court is well represented. So just allow me to read the remarks of the principal judge as they are. So, honorable judges, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to adopt the protocols already established. It is a profound privilege to address you this morning on behalf of the High Court as we convene to discuss an issue of global and national significance, climate justice. Allow me at the outset to congratulate the Environment and Land Court, led by the Honorable Mr. Justice Oscar Angote, for organizing this conference, aptly themed to highlight the critical role of courts in addressing climate change and fostering equitable justice. The High Court is proud to stand with the ELC in this endeavor and applauds the remarkable strides the court continues to make in securing environmental and land justice in Kenya. Your efforts resonate deeply with the constitutional mandate to uphold the rule of law and safeguard human rights, including the right to a clean and healthy environment, as enshrined in Article 42 of the Constitution. This conference takes place against the backdrop of escalating climate crisis that remind us of our shared vulnerabilities and responsibilities. From devastating floods to prolonged droughts, Kenya has felt the severe impacts of climate change, disrupting livelihoods, displacing communities, and threatening future generations. These realities compel us to confront the crisis with urgency, innovation, and solidarity. The judiciary occupies a critical and irreplaceable role in advancing climate justice by addressing the dual pillars of distributive and procedural justice. Through its decisions, the judiciary ensures that the burdens of climate change and the benefits of mitigation policies are shared equitably, protecting vulnerable populations who often contribute the least to environmental degradation but suffer its gravest impacts. By safeguarding their rights, the judiciary upholds social justice and mitigates inequalities exacerbated by climate change. In amplifying the voices of marginalized and underrepresented communities, the judiciary ensures that procedural justice is a lived reality. Courts provide a platform for inclusive participation where all citizens, particularly those traditionally excluded from environmental decision-making processes, can be heard. This reinforces fairness, accountability, and transparency in governance. As guardians of constitutional and statutory mandates, the judiciary must actively interpret and enforce principles such as intergenerational equity, ensuring that environmental resources are preserved for future generations. Similarly, by upholding the polluter pays principle, courts hold individuals and entities accountable for environmental harm, promoting sustainability and discouraging exploitation of natural resources. These principles are not merely aspirational. They serve as foundational tools for enforcing environmental protection, shaping policy, and fostering a culture of responsibility. In sum, the judiciary's role transcends mere adjudication. It serves as a custodian of rights, a check against impunity, and a beacon for equity and justice in the face of climate challenges. Through innovative jurisprudence, robust enforcement, and unwavering commitment to constitutional values, the judiciary ensures that environmental justice is not only accessible, but impactful for all. While courts play a pivotal role in the pursuit of climate justice, it is clear that no single institution can tackle the complex challenges posed by climate change alone. Achieving meaningful progress requires a collaborative approach that brings together government, civil society, academia, private sector, stakeholders, and local communities. Each of these actors holds a unique perspective and critical resources that, when combined, create a powerful force for change. The judiciary, as a custodian of justice, provides the foundation for accountability and fairness, but it must work hand in hand with other sectors to ensure that policies are effectively implemented, solutions are innovative, and justice is accessible to all. Partnerships that prioritize inclusivity and equity are essential to addressing the systemic issues that exacerbate the climate crisis. By working across sectors, we can develop and implement actionable strategies that strengthen jurisprudence on climate justice. As we engage in discussions over the coming days, let us prioritize collaboration as the cornerstone of our efforts. This conference provides an invaluable platform to exchange ideas, explore innovative solutions, and transform shared challenges into opportunities for growth and resilience. Together, we can create a future where environmental justice is not merely a vision, but a reality, rooted in collective action and shared responsibility. The High Court pledges its unwavering support to the ELC as it navigates its critical mandate. We are ready to collaborate in capacity building initiatives, policy formulation, and public awareness campaigns that enhance climate justice delivery. In closing, this conference is not just a gathering of professionals, but a clarion call for decisive action. Let us seize this moment to reaffirm our shared commitment to justice and sustainability, working in harmony to safeguard our planet for generations to come. On behalf of the High Court, I once again congratulate the Environment and Land Court for this laudable initiative. May our discussions over the next few days be fruitful and transformative. Thank you. That is the speech of the Honorable Justice Eric Ogola, Principal Judge of the High Court.
Thank you very much for that. I had wanted to actually recognize the presence of the senator, but I note that they have been asked to welcome the chief guest. And with that, I would like to hand this over now to Irene to take us through the next session. I want to thank you for the patience since morning. Thank you very much. Irene, over to you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to Judy here. Thank you. So we're going to have the next session where we're going to have a high-level panel discussion. At the end of it all, we want to hear from everyone and we see what voice. There is no conversation without a voice. So what voice are we bringing on the table? But at this moment, I would like us to have a health break. We break for 15 minutes. We understand that our chief guest is here. So in the next 15 minutes, as we take the health break, we should be ready to start the session together with her. So enjoy. I'm told that there are refreshments on my left, on the tents that are on the left. We have refreshments there. Karibu sana.
Tunashukuru sana kwa sehemu ambayo imekamilika. Tunaendelea kuwakaribisheni. Karibuni sana, mjisikie nyumbani. Kuna watu mbalimbali ambao wametengwa, ushers mbalimbali ambao watawasaidieni, watawaelekeza mahala pa kwenda. Na ninarudia tena kusema kwamba majaji pamoja na watu wengine ambao wametengwa na wametengewa mahala pa kufanya shughuli zao ni katika ofisi kuu ya utawala, mahali ambapo wanaweza kufanya shughuli zao za kikazi na shughuli nyinginezo. Kwa hiyo kule kwenye jengo kuu la utawala limetengewa tu kwa sababu ya shughuli za majaji na waheshimiwa wengine. Karibuni sana tena na tena. Tunafurahi sana kuwa pamoja nanyi katika Chuo Kikuu cha Moi katika kongamano hili ambalo ni la kipekee, kongamano linalohusiana na masuala ya haki na masuala ya sheria yanayoendana na mazingira. Na kama nilivyosema hapo asubuhi, masuala ya tabia nchi ni masuala ambayo yanatupa changamoto kubwa sana. Na kwa sababu hiyo inakuwa ni muhimu kufanya mambo ambayo yanaweza kutuleta pamoja ili tuweze kuwa na mapendekezo yanayoweza kutusaidia. Kwa hiyo tunakaribishwa sana, tutaonyeshwa mahala pa kuenda kunywa chai na kufanya shughuli nyinginezo. Kwa hivyo jisikie huru, uliza mahali ambapo unaweza kusaidiwa, mahala ambapo panawezekana, hadi tukisubiri mgeni wetu wa heshima siku ya leo, jaji mkuu. Karibuni sana na tuendelee kujifurahisha katika Chuo Kikuu cha Moi. Asanteni.
Sina cha kuwaonesha ila neema yako yanitosha. Sina
land and environment.
Check, 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 check sound. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are out for short break. We are out for short break. Any questions from the back? Questions from the back? All right. Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, a very big thank you. Asante sana. The Uasin Gishu County government and all the stakeholders that have supported all the partners that have made this conference a success. We are very much honored to have you on board. This is our first day. The Climate Justice Action Conference runs through for the next 3 days, and we appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Thank you.
Baada ya kunywa chai tunakaribishwa kuingia ndani. Baada ya kunywa chai tunakaribishwa kuingia ndani ili tumsubiri mgeni wetu rasmi, mgeni wa heshimiwa, mgeni wa heshima katika hafla hii. Na tunawakaribisheni kwa mara nyingine. Ni fahari yetu kuwaoneni wakongamanaji wote, wajumbe ambao wametokea katika taaluma mbalimbali, hasa katika masuala ya haki na mazingira, ili kuangalia mambo ambayo yanatuathiri katika masuala ya tabia nchi na kutoa mapendekezo ambayo kama ilivyokwisha tajwa hapo awali, mapendekezo ambayo yanaweza kutuonyesha mwanga na kutuonyesha dira ya namna ya kuendelea na shughuli zetu za kila siku. Kwa hiyo ni fahari yangu kuwakaribisheni tena. Tunaomba wale ambao wamekunywa chai tuingie ndani, manake muda wetu unakwenda sana, ili tuweze kuwa tayari kumlaki na kumkaribisha mgeni wetu ambaye atafungua rasmi kikao hiki. Chuo Kikuu cha Moi ni chuo ambacho kinawapenda wageni. Tayari makamu mkuu alikwisha zungumza, Vice Chancellor, na aliwakaribisha rasmi, na mimi naendelea kuchukua nafasi hiyo kutokana na heshima hiyo kwamba mnakaribishwa sana katika Chuo Kikuu cha Moi, na ni chuo cha pili cha kitaifa kuanzishwa katika taifa la Kenya. Kwa hiyo tunajionea fahari pia. Tuna vyuo vingi zaidi ya 35 vyuo vikuu vya kitaifa, na moja kati ya vyuo hivyo ambavyo ni vya zamani na kama mlivyoelezwa ni kama mama ya vyuo vikuu vingi katika taifa letu la Kenya, na ndio maana pengine tunakuwa na ule mzigo mkubwa sana wa kuhakikisha kwamba malezi ya vyuo vingine vinaendelezwa. Na kwa hiyo tunawakaribisheni sana. Tangu mwaka wa 1984 Chuo Kikuu cha Moi kilianzishwa, na tangu wakati huo chuo kimekuwa kama taasisi nyinginezo ambazo zinakuwa kutoka hatua za chini na kuendelea mpaka kufikia hatua kama hiki ambapo tuna mabewa yanayotoa taaluma mbalimbali. Tuna chuo cha tiba, masuala ya afya, ambapo ni bewa ambalo liko katika mjini hapa karibu na hospitali ya rufaa ya Eldoret, na pale tuna vitivo vitatu. Tafadhali tunaombwa kuingia ndani kwa sababu mgeni wa heshima tayari amewasili. Tafadhali wale ambao wanahusika waambie wageni, wajumbe wote waingie ndani tafadhali kwa haraka. Tuingie ndani, waheshimiwa wote, majaji, watukuka wote ambao wako hapa siku ya leo tunakaribishwa kuingia ndani kwa sababu mgeni rasmi tayari amekwisha wasili ama anawasili dakika chache zinazokuja, na wakati wowote atakuwa miongoni mwetu. Kwa hiyo tunaombwa kuingia ndani. Nimeona ishara nyingi ambazo zinatandatanda kule kwa kuonyesha kwamba anaingia wakati wote kutoka sasa dakika 2 hivi. Asanteni sana kwa kuingia. Wale ambao wamekunywa chai tuingie ndani, na pengine shughuli hiyo ya kunywa chai iharakishwe ili tuweze kuenda na wakati. Tunawaombeni sana kwa sababu mgeni wetu rasmi ninaarifiwa kwamba dakika 2 au 3 zinazokuja atakuwa amefika, na itakuwa ni vizuri sana kama akifika na sote tuko hapa ndani kumkaribisha. Atakaribishwa na viongozi ambao tayari wamesimama pale kumlaki, na baada ya hiyo atajulishwa kwa wageni hao na pia kuingia hapa ndani, na itakuwa ni bora zaidi ikiwa tunaweza kuwa sote ndani. Tafadhalini tuingie ndani. Nimeona watu wengi wamekunywa chai wanasalimiana pale. Tuingie ndani tafadhali, ili tumkaribishe mgeni wetu rasmi siku ya leo ambaye anakuja kufungua rasmi kongamano hili na pia kutoa wasia wake kuhusiana na masuala ya haki na mazingira. Asanteni sana kwa kuingia, asanteni sana kwa kuingia ndani. Hivi punde nadhani tunaanza, na kama ambavyo tumekwisha elezwa na wale ambao wamekwisha zungumza tayari, masuala haya ya haki na mazingira ni masuala ambayo ni tata na ni masuala ambayo yanatuathiri sana katika jamii na katika jumuiya yetu na katika mazingira yetu, katika asasi zetu, katika taasisi zetu. Ni kitu ambacho kinatuathiri katika nyanja zote. Na kwa misingi hiyo inakuwa ni bora kuwa na mazungumzo kama hayo, mjadala kama ambao tunakuwa nao siku ya leo, ili kuhakikisha kwamba mambo hayo tunaweza kuyatatua vipi. Tunaweza kuyaangalia na kuyamulika kwa njia gani. Na baada ya kuyamulika kwa njia hiyo ya kitaaluma na kuwa na mazungumzo ya kitaaluma, basi tunaweza kuwa na mwanga na mwelekeo ambao unaweza kutuelekeza kwa njia ambayo ni chanya. Jambo ambalo linaweza kutuonyesha mwanga, mwelekeo na dira ya kuzingatia na kufuata. Na mambo hayo hayawezi kuja bila kuwa na mjadala. Bila kuwa na mjadala wa kitaaluma, bila kuwa na mazungumzo ya kitaaluma, bila kuwa na uletaji wa mawazo yetu pamoja na makubalifu ambayo yatakubalika siku ya leo na mapendekezo ambayo yatatolewa wakati kongamano hili litafungwa rasmi. Kwa hiyo ni swala ambalo ni tata, swala ambalo ni nyeti, na ni swala ambalo ni muhimu sana kushughulikiwa na kuangaliwa na kumulikwa, ili tuweze kuwa na njia ya kuzingatia kanuni ambazo zitatolewa, sheria ambazo zitatokana na mambo kama hayo. Yanaweza kutusaidia sana katika namna ya kuishi na namna ya kuendelea na shughuli zetu za kila siku. Karibuni sana. Tunaarifiwa kwamba mgeni wetu rasmi anaingia wakati wowote, na kwa hiyo tunakaribishwa kuingia kwenye ukumbi.
Thank you, Professor. May I also ask Reverend Mike Bitok to be ready to give us the prayers, together with Sheikh Isaac Abdirazak Sheikh. Kindly sit near the front seats. We are informed that the CJ is here. For those who are still taking tea, kindly try to walk in so that we are ready by the time the chief guest is here in the room. So those ones finishing their break, kindly let's walk in. Let's all walk in to start the next session. The official opening session is starting soon. Let's all walk in. Help us to whip up our colleagues who are outside, Annette and team.
Mwito umetolewa tayari kwamba tuingie ndani. Asanteni sana kwa wale ambao wameingia wakati wowote kutoka sasa, na nadhani mgeni wetu rasmi amekwisha ingia. Ishara kubwa zinaonekana pale nje, kwa hiyo tunakaribishwa kuingia ndani tafadhali, ili akija tu tunaweza kuanza rasmi. Nadhani ataingia kwenye mapokezini na kujulishwa kwa viongozi kabla ya kuingia ukumbini. Tafadhali tuingie ndani. Mgeni wetu rasmi amekwisha wasili. Namuona kama anaingia. Wale ambao wako nje, tafadhali tuingie ndani ili tumkaribishe mgeni wetu rasmi anapokaribishwa pale nje na viongozi, na pengine kujulishwa kwa viongozi, alafu atakuwa tayari kuingia katika ukumbi. Kwa hiyo viongozi wetu, waelekezaji wetu ambao wanawaelekeza watu kuingia ndani, tuingie ndani. Tusiwe pale nje. Tunataka tu viongozi ambao wanahusika kuwa pale nje, ili sisi wengine tuwe tayari kumkaribisha tukiwa hapa ndani. Na kama ambavyo ilivyotajwa hapo awali, atakapoingia tu, ratiba yetu ya ufunguzi itaanza rasmi. kwa maombi na kwa wimbo wa taifa, pengine wimbo wa Afrika Mashariki, alafu shughuli yetu rasmi ya ufunguzi itaanza kwa njia hiyo. Kwa hiyo asanteni sana kwa kuitikia wito huo. Tayari naona watu wameshaingia ndani. Wale ambao wanaruhusiwa tu kuwa pale nje ni wale ambao wanahusika na masuala ya mapokezi na masuala ya ukaribishaji, viongozi wetu, magavana na waheshimiwa wengine ambao wanaruhusiwa kuwa pale nje. Ni fahari yetu kuwakaribisheni tena. Naona ni kongamano ambalo lina heshima zake, kongamano ambalo lina umuhimu wake wa kipekee katika ngazi ya kitaifa na kimataifa. Mambo mazuri yatatokana na kongamano hili, mapendekezo muhimu na maalum. Nilisikia viongozi wetu wakisema kwamba tuwe na mapendekezo katika sehemu, vitengo mbalimbali ambavyo vitakuwa na sehemu za kukutana, angalau mapendekezo mawili kama nilivyosikia, ambayo yatatuwezesha kujua namna ya kuendesha shughuli zetu za haki na mazingira, masuala ya tabia nchi na masuala ambayo yanatuathiri kila siku katika maisha yetu, namna tunavyoishi, namna tunavyokuwa, namna tunapo kaa kwa mazingira kama hayo. Mazingira kama haya ambayo tuko siku ya leo ni mfano wa kile ambacho tunatakiwa kuonyesha, kwa sababu pengine upandaji miti na shughuli nyingine ambazo zinatakiwa kuwekwa vizuri ili mambo yetu ya kuishi yawe mazuri. Na ni changamoto kubwa sana kwetu kama wananchi pengine wa taifa hili na wengine ambao wanatoka ng'ambo, kujua kwamba ni wajibu wetu, ni wajibu wa kila mmoja. Ingawa tunasema kwamba kuna kanuni ambazo zinatungwa, kuna sheria ambazo zinawekwa pale kuhakikisha kwamba mambo hayo yanafuatwa na kuhakikisha kwamba mambo yanakwenda vizuri, lakini ni wajibu wa kila mmoja wetu kuhakikisha kwamba mambo kama hayo yanawekwa pamoja, kutokana na mawazo yetu kuletwa pamoja, kutokana na maarifa zetu kuletwa pamoja, kutokana na tajriba zetu. Kuna wale ambao wana tajriba za aina mbalimbali, tajriba ambazo zinakuwa za ngazi tofauti tofauti, na tajriba hizo zinatuwezesha kujua kwamba tunakabiliana na mambo hayo kwa njia gani. Na tunapoleta mawazo yetu kwa pamoja, wanasheria, wale ambao ni wataalamu wa mazingira, wataalamu wengine wa masuala ya haki, wataalamu wengine wa masuala ya taratibu na itifaki za kuzingatiwa, zote kwa pamoja tukileta mambo hayo tunaweza kuwa na mwelekeo ambao utatusaidia. Kwa viongozi wetu ambao wanafika kwa sasa na wale ambao tayari wamekwisha fika, kama nilivyosema hapo awali, tuko katika chuo kikuu cha Moi, chuo cha pili kuanzishwa katika taifa la Kenya, na hili ni bewa la sheria. Kitivo cha sheria kiko hapa, kitivo cha uchumi na biashara kiko hapa, na kitivo ambacho kinahusu masuala ya kiafla na mapokezi yapo hapa. Kwa hiyo tuna mambo ambayo yanahusika katika mambo ambayo tunashughulika siku ya leo, na yanatuelekeza katika kufahamu masuala ambayo tunaangazia siku ya leo. Kwa hiyo ni fahari yetu kuwakaribisha sana katika chuo kikuu cha Moi. Mjisikie nyumbani, mjisikie huru. Kuna waelekezaji ambao wako katika sehemu mbalimbali, watawaelekeza kujua namna ya kufanya shughuli zenu. Na pengine nirudie tena, katika jengo la utawala limetengwa kwa sababu ya waheshimiwa wetu wote ambao wako hapa. Wengine mtapata mahala pa kuingia na kufanya shughuli zenu kwa mwelekezo ambao mtapewa na waelekezaji wetu. Kwa hivyo jengo la utawala litengwe tu kwa sababu ya shughuli za waheshimiwa na mambo mengine ambayo wangependa kuyatekeleza. Na ni fahari yetu kwa mara nyingine tena tunawakaribisheni sana. Najua kongamano hili lilianza tangu jana. Watu walikuja hapa jana kwa shughuli nyingine za kitaaluma zaidi zinazoendana na sheria, lakini leo tumekuja kutoka asasi mbalimbali, taasisi mbalimbali na nyanja mbalimbali ambazo zinahusiana na masuala ya haki pamoja na mazingira, masuala ya tabia nchi, na sote tuna wajibu wa kushirikiana kwa pamoja. Ikiwa hatuwezi kukaa kwa pamoja na kushirikiana kwa pamoja, basi mambo ambayo tunayafanya hayawezi kutuletea tija, hayawezi kutuletea manufaa, hayawezi kutuletea kitu ambacho ama mambo ambayo yanapaswa kuletwa ikiwa hatuwezi kukaa kwa njia ambayo tunapata maelekezo. Na hayo yote yanategemea kila mmoja anakuwa na sehemu yake muhimu. Sote ambao tumekuja hapa siku ya leo na wengine ambao wataendelea kuja hadi siku ya Alhamisi, kila mmoja anakuwa na sehemu yake, kila mmoja anakuwa na kitu ambacho anapaswa kutekeleza kutegemea na wadhifa na nafasi na jukumu ambalo umetwikwa katika ngazi ya kitaifa, ngazi ya kikaunti na ngazi nyinginezo ambazo tunazitekeleza katika shughuli zetu za kiutawala. Kama nilivyoeleza, mgeni wetu rasmi tayari amekwisha fika, na kwa hiyo wale ambao wamesimama pale nje, isipokuwa tu wale ambao ni waelekezaji, tuingie ndani. Mgeni wetu wa heshima anaingia ndani wakati wote kutoka sasa, na itakuwa ni vizuri sana anapoingia wetu kupokelewa vizuri, pengine kutia saini kwenye kitabu cha wageni. Utawaona wageni wetu wakija katika utaratibu ambao umewekwa, na utaratibu huo utatuelekeza hadi wakati ambapo tutakuwa na sehemu rasmi ya kufungua shughuli ya siku ya leo. Na pengine niwaeleze kwamba mbali na kozi ambazo nimekwisha eleza zinazotolewa katika Chuo Kikuu cha Moi, tuna kozi za elimu, tuna kozi ambazo zinahusiana na sayansi na sanaa ya jamii, kuna kozi ambazo zinahusiana na uhandisi, kuna kozi za kilimo, kuna kozi ambazo zinahusiana na sayansi zile za kindani ndani. Na sayansi hizo zote pamoja na kozi za sanaa na kozi za elimu na kozi za tiba, zote kwa ujumla tuna taaluma 14, na taaluma hizo zote zinapatikana katika Chuo Kikuu cha Moi. Kwa hiyo hakuna mtu anayeweza kusema kwamba akija katika Chuo Kikuu cha Moi atakosa kile ambacho anapaswa kusomea na kupata tajriba na kupata kitu ambacho anataka katika taaluma yake. Kwa hiyo Chuo Kikuu cha Moi ndicho hicho, na tuna kila kitu ambacho kinapaswa kutolewa katika taaluma ya kiakademia kama ambavyo Vice Chancellor alikwisha sema hapo awali.
My name is Oscar Angote. I'm the principal judge of the Environment and Land Court. The Environment and Land Court is a specialized court. It's one of the 5 superior courts created under the 2010 Constitution. The court hears and determines disputes relating to the environment.
Asante sana, asante sana. Kwa sasa tunataka tusikize kidogo. We have Honorable Justice Oscar Angote welcoming us to this function, and because digital has come, so let's listen in. While we are sorting out the sound, what color is the tie of your neighbor?
Having open days for purposes
All right, here.
My name is Oscar Angote. I'm the principal judge of the Environment and Land Court. The Environment and Land Court is a specialized court. It's one of the 5 superior courts. My name is Oscar Angote. I'm the principal judge of the Environment and Land Court. The Environment and Land Court is a specialized court. It's one of the 5 superior courts created under the 2010 Constitution. The court hears and determines disputes relating to the environment and land. It's therefore a highly specialized court in those 2 areas. The court is spread all over the country. It has 52 judges and a registrar. The court, other than hearing and determining disputes, also collaborates with communities and stakeholders in matters environment and land. It does this by growing trees and having open days for purposes of having conversations with the court users so that we are able to get feedback on how the court has been performing. The court is hosting a conference in Eldoret. The conference will be from 26th to 29th of November. The theme of the conference is the role of the court in combating climate change. We will be looking at what we are calling distributive and procedural justice. We all know, as a country and as a globe, that climate change has had devastated on our communities. We have had increased
You're welcome. Just for a minute, let's now invite Reverend Bitok for a word of prayer, a Christian prayer. Are you near here?
Thank you. While we're standing, let me qualify my prayer on a scripture that justifies our being here today. Genesis chapter 2, verses 8. The Bible says, God planted a garden eastwards of Eden, and there he put man that he had formed. Our prayer today is to qualify the fact that the contention between man and God is actually environmental. God said, don't eat from the middle tree. And that's where the problem began, when man destroyed the environment that was forbidden. So while we meet here today, this qualifies the restoration between man and God. After God creating everything he created, the Bible says he planted a garden specifically for man. And he said, you know what? Eat from all that is given to you. Don't eat from the middle tree. When man touched the middle tree, the environmental problem began. We have to go to school today to restore what was forbidden in the garden. While you participate in this conference, remember, environment is the essence of our relationship with God. When man began destroying the environment, his relationship with God was destroyed. Lord, we pray for each one of us today. First, we thank you for the gift of life. Secondly, we thank you for the gift of the environment. We thank you for the gift of salvation. We thank you for the gift of leadership. We thank you for justice towards environment. We pray as this conference begins today towards the days ahead of us, we will consciously, beyond the projections that will be made, consider that you are a God who established environment as a meeting point between God and man. The Bible says, at the cool of the evening, every evening, you would come to the garden and have fellowship with man. But when man messed up with the environment, the relationship was affected. I pray that each one of us will consider this beyond academics and realize that this is a life issue. This is a divine assignment. This is the legacy any generation will build on. This is the heritage. This is the best gift we can give to generations to come. This is what defines a nation. This is what preserves humanity. So I pray that for every speaker, every proposal, every resolution, the God factor will be at the center of our discussion. And so as we officially launch this conference, I speak your heavenly blessings, your wisdom, your guidance. Preserve the delegates who are here. Give them good health, like the environment will say. Let them fit into the environment within this region. May they enjoy the food in this land, enjoy the water in this land, fit into the climate in this land. And may this environment favor their health. We thank you for your faithfulness. And because you've been given the preeminence as the God of environment, bless this conference in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And one more minute, upstanding, please. Sheikh Isaac Abdirazak for a minute of our Muslim prayer.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace be upon you. Let us pray, inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Praise be to God, Lord of the worlds. Ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, the most gracious, the most merciful. Maliki Yawmiddin, honor of the day of judgment. Ihdina Sirat al-Mustaqim, guide us to the straight path. O Allah, we pray to you and we ask you to bless our conference today, our judicial leaders, our leaders from the county and national government, and bless those who attended this conference. May they return safely. Grant us success in climate justice. Give us wisdom and strength, and forgive us for any shortcoming. O Allah, there is no ease except that which you grant to be ease. Grant us and keep us ease in this conference. May Allah make our day, good day, and evening the grateful ones. Praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. O Allah, will grant us success in what you love and you are pleased with. O God, answer our prayer. Ameen. Ya Rabbal Alameen.
Amen. Thank you. Let's be seated. Our Honorable Chief Justice, and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Martha Koome. Welcome to this meeting, and thank you for coming. Our Honorable Justice Mokin Wanjala, who has also joined us today. We have our host governor, Your Excellency Jonathan B. We have our Governor Vihiga, His Excellency Otichilo, the Senator, Yasin Jackson Mandago, and allow me to please stand by that protocol, and of course not forgetting Justice Angote, who is a principal judge, who has been with us this morning and really has been driving this process. I would like to begin the session by inviting our principal judge, Angote, to just welcome us, but I'll also just pass over this responsibility of handling this session to him to the end, where we'll have our Honorable Justice give her remarks. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, the MC of this session. The Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, who is also the President of the Supreme Court, Deputy Justice Martha Koome, the Governor, Governor B, the Governor of this great county, my Governor, Governor Otichilo from Vihiga County, Senator Mandago, all the invited guests, the judges of the Environment and Land Court, the Deputy Registrars, the CRJ, let me also recognize in a special way our Director, Kenya Judiciary Academy, the JSC Commissioners who are all here. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great honor and responsibility that I welcome you all to this critical conference, whose theme is the role of the court in combating this climate change chaos, a call for distributive and procedural justice. Lady Justice, the Chief Justice, this event is a clear demonstration of the commitment of the Environment and Land Court to confront the climate change crisis as a challenge that demands our collective action, innovative thinking, and resolve to hold accountable those whose actions contribute to the degradation of our environment, which is actually the cause of climate change. We all know, very recently in 2023, the El Nino-induced floods, which killed slightly over 174 people in this country and displaced more than 500,000 households, which are events attributed to climate change. Across the globe, courts are taking an increasingly active role in holding governments and corporations in implementing mitigation and adaptation measures. And by way of just two examples, in May 2021, the Hague District Court issued a historic decision ordering Shell, which is the parent company of the Shell Group, to reduce its net carbon dioxide emissions by 45% by 2030. The court found that Shell's climate change plan was insufficient, emphasizing that achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement cannot be left solely to the governments. The second example I want to give is the Australian Federal Court, which recognized the catastrophic effects of climate change, and especially the use of coal, and held that the Environment Minister has a duty of care to the people of Australia. The Environment and Land Court holds a unique and pivotal role in addressing climate change-related litigation, land use, and sustainable development. This is the only court in Africa. It has been recognized as so. Recently, I was invited in China to represent the globe in matters to do with the training the judges in China who are for the first time coming up
with a court similar to the court in Kenya. This court is dedicated exclusively to environment and land disputes, and it's a beacon not just for this country, but for the globe in environmental justice. The conference is not just a forum of reflection, but a call for judges, magistrates, legal experts, government officials, the civil society, and the entire public to discuss the intersection of justice, human rights, and climate action. My lady, the Chief Justice, in the next few days, we will discuss key issues, and we've shared the program. Our program is digital because we have decided to go paperless. We'll be discussing climate justice and sports, and we thought this is a very important topic because we are in the home of champions. We'll also discuss the role of the AI and GIS. We have our expert, Dr. Tichlo here, in GIS, in judicial decision making. We'll be discussing issues to do with gender and climate change. We all know that climate change affects mostly women and children and the marginalized. We'll discuss the issue of just transition, meaning that even as we transit to clean energy, what is there for our people? What is there for the people of Africa as they transit from fuel-generated energy to green energy? We'll also discuss the importance of public participation in environmental decision-making, amongst other topics. And more importantly, my lady, we will examine how the Environmental Land Court can act as a catalyst for sustainable climate finance, the management of natural resources, and as I've already said, the just transition for communities and workers affected by climate change. The conference will delve into issues of local, regional, and global judicial trends in climate change litigation and jurisprudence. My lady, the Chief Justice, I want to take this opportunity to deeply thank all of you for your presence, your engagement, and your unwavering commitment to this crucial cause. Each one of you, all of you, you bring a wealth of knowledge, experience, and dedication. I wish to extend my gratitude to our partners, especially FLOCA, based at the National Treasury, who are our platinum partner, and all the other partners. Most of them were represented in this place for their invaluable support in making this conference not just possible, but exceptional. Your contributions in all facets exemplify the spirit of collaboration that's essential in addressing the pressing environmental challenges we face today. I want to thank all the judges and the deputy registrars of the Environmental Land Court. Your dedication of ensuring that the court maintains a clearance rate of over 120% for the past 5 years is unmatched. If I had the means, I will give you a bonus for Christmas. But take my word as the bonus for your Christmas. And at this particular moment, I just want to recognize the judges of the Environmental Land Court. Kindly just stand up. I know we are all here, all the 52 judges of the Environment and Land Courts. Thank you very much, judges, and I applaud you for working so hard to bring down the backlog from 30,000 when we started in 2012 to 12,000. We are soon going to clear the 12,000 pending cases, and that is the assurance we are giving to the people who are in this room. Thank you, judges. You may sit. Let me also recognize in a special way the deputy registrars of the court, who are the pillar of the court, because we can't work successfully without the deputy registrars of the Environment and Land Court. The deputy registrars, just be upstanding so that we can recognize you. Thank you very much, deputy registrars. We applaud you for the support you continue giving the courts. I also want to recognize the High Court judges who are with us here, and in a very special way, Justice Nyakundi, the presiding judge of Eldoret, and any other High Court judge. I know there was Judge Maina, there's Justice Ominde, and there was Judge Mwaure and the Commissioner. and there was Judge Moore from the Employment and Labor Relations Court. Thank you for the support you continue giving the ELC. Lastly, I want to thank the Chief Justice, the CRJ, the Judicial Service Commission, for the continued wise leadership and support they have given the Environment Land Court. This court started with only 15 judges, and we really struggled for 5 years. And I'm a very happy principal judge, because right now we have 52 judges, from 15 to 52. And this is courtesy of the Judicial Service Commission, chaired by the CJ and the Secretary of the CRJ. We really can't thank you enough. And on behalf of the Environment Land Court, I welcome all of you to this conference and look forward to fruitful deliberations, which will give rise to a report, which will be our second report after ELC at 10 in 2022. The report will be shared for implementation, and we can assure you that we will implement all the resolutions that will arise from the different panel discussions which we are going to have starting this morning. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The MC told me to be in charge of the entire session as I get hold of the program. Let me start with my governor, Governor Otichlo. I know we had a session in the morning which didn't take off, and kindly just share with us your thoughts on the issues that we had actually shared with you, and then I will invite the next speaker. Welcome, Governor Dr. Wilbur Otichlo.
The Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, the honorable judges, my colleague, the governor for Uasin Gishu, and the senator, and all distinguished guests. Mine will be brief because I'll be one of the panelists, and I've reserved my energy for that. So I don't want to say much, but I want to say the following. We have just concluded the COP29 conference, which was held in Baku. That was a unique conference because it's a conference that may be a defining conference on whether we continue with the COP conferences or not. There were a lot of expectations in the COP conference. Specifically, we from developing countries who are much impacted by climate change, we expected climate financing to be the core issue of discussion. And indeed it was. But unfortunately, at the end of the conference, we, from the developing countries, who put up a very spirited fight, we were disappointed. Did in the Garden of Eden, I think he said it clearly very well. So what they expect us is to continue that will absorb the carbon dioxide, dirty factories and industries. And therefore, that becomes another bigger market, and we become the slaves. So we need, as a country, to think twice. I'm aware we have amended our Climate Change Act, and we have put there carbon markets, and regulations have also come out. but we must be careful. Because many brokers are coming from Europe to Africa and telling us to plant trees. They are taking people's land and telling them to plant trees. And once you plant, the agreement is that it must stay for 30 years. And within that period, you'll do nothing. And you'll be paid very little money because they are brokers. The Europeans themselves, the polluters, are the ones who will be getting the highest amount of money. So let's be very, very, very careful because already some of our areas, in that arid areas, people have already signed agreements to give vast lands of arid areas to carbon credits, which in the short term they may think they are going to win, get more money, but in the long term they will be the biggest loser. So that's one area of concern, but it's one area that was voted and passed unanimously by many of those people. So it's an area I would want in this discussion. You put a lot of emphasis on carbon credits, because what it means is that we are encouraging the polluters to continue polluting. And we, the aggrieved, we are agreeing to continue. There are many other issues that were discussed, but I think what I would say was agreed, and we, even the developing countries, we agreed, is the issue of building climate resilient society. That we are resilient society. That we agreed to talk about tax, but I would believe eco-tax is one of the ways we are going to raise climate change at the local level. Thank you. God bless you. I'm ready for the panel to discuss.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wiliba Otichlo, the Governor of Information Science. And we were with him in Kwale Diani this year, where he took us through so many lessons for 3 continuous days. And we were amazed at his knowledge and energy. The judges really benefited a lot, and that's why we thought he's the best person to start us off this morning because of his expertise, and he has just come back from COP29. And one thing he has insisted on, or he has stressed about, is the issue of just transition. Yes, we are at transit, but where's the justice for our people? And that is the thing that should always be in the mind of all the judges and the citizens. Let me take this opportunity to now invite our Chief Registrar of the Judiciary to make her remarks. Welcome, Honorable Alfreda Mokaya.
Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome and President of the Supreme Court issue, Honorable members of the Judicial Service Commission who are present, Justice Oscar Angote, Presiding Judge of the Environment and Land Court, distinguished delegates, judges, colleagues, just future. My gratitude, just future. My gratitude also extends to the Environment and Land Court, led by Honorable Justice Oscar Angote, for organizing this timely conference, which is themed The Judiciary's Role in Building a Climate Just Kenya, Human Rights and Sustainable Development, which highlights the urgent need to align our climate action efforts with justice and equity. Last year's symposium on greening the judiciaries in Africa spotlighted the role of courts in addressing climate change. And this year, we narrow our focus to Kenya, assessing our progress in climate mitigation and adapts, particularly on the vulnerable communities, underscore the urgency for bold climate action. Kenya has made significant strides with legal and policy frameworks such as the amended Climate Change Act and the National Climate Change Action Plan 3, covering 2023 to 2027. However, achieving our ambitious goal of a 32% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 demands a financial input of $62 billion, much of which depends on international support. And this year's finance scope, as already articulated by Your Excellency Governor Otichilo, that is the COP29, it demonstrated that we need more action and less rhetoric, especially as global inequalities continue to hinder equitable climate financing. The judiciary of Kenya is fully committed to leading by example in protection of the environment through programs such as Innovation Through Jurisprudence. The Environment and Land Court, a pioneer in environmental justice, holds vast potential for advancing climate jurisprudence as a tool for sustainable development. And I dare say that the ELC is the court of the future, with immense opportunities for innovation in jurisprudence. Secondly, we are also, through the STARGE program, we are rolling out renewable energy projects in court stations. And currently, 40 court stations are powered by solar energy, with plans to expand to all our court stations. We are also witnessing a lot of success through the impact of digitization, and the transition to paperless operations has significantly reduced paper consumption in the judiciary. We aim to reduce this by 50% by the end of the financial year 2025-26, demonstrating both financial and environmental benefits. We also have eco-friendly infrastructure. That is, green building designs are increasingly being adopted, with courts such as Mombasa, Engineer, Bomet, incorporating biodigesters and renewable energy solutions into their waste and energy management systems. Greening the justice sector. In August 2024, the Honorable Chief Justice launched the National Council on Administration of Justice Strategic Guiding Framework for Greening Kenya's justice sector. The framework calls on all justice sector agencies and stakeholders to integrate green practices into their core and operational functions. These initiatives are more than symbolic. They represent deliberate and impactful steps to align our institutional practices with our commitment to justice and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference presents a unique opportunity to drive actionable solutions. Topics such as equitable adaptation strategies, gender inclusivity, technology adoption, and cross-sectoral partnerships must guide our path forward. Together, we must champion a vision where justice and environmental stewardship are central to Kenya's development. At COP29, as COP29 reminded us, action must replace rhetoric. I urge all of us to not only advocate for climate change solutions, but also take the lead in implementing them. Let us ensure that the decisions made here translate into tangible change for our country and beyond. To our climate action partners, the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, CPF Financial Services, financing locally led climate action, Impact, Oxfam, KFS, Haki Jamii, Pamoja Trust, Namati, GIZ, WWF, IDLO, FAO of the United Nations, who have supported us financially and in many other ways in this conference. Kindly let us applaud them. I also want to recognize and to thank all our registrars, judicial officers, and staff who are present here, whose tireless efforts have greatly contributed to the success of this conference. Kindly, I request that you may stand up for recognition and appreciation. All our registrars who are here, staff, kindly applaud them. I cannot end without thanking the Judicial Service Commission, who through commitment to defending the independence of the judiciary and through suitable policy interventions have created an enabling environment for the judiciary to lead in pertinent conversations such as this. I will close with these powerful words by Leonardo DiCaprio, that clean air and water and a livable climate are inalienable human rights. Solving this crisis is not a question of politics, it is our moral obligation. And this is a call for action, and we must act now. Kongoi Mising, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Honorable Winfrida Mokaya. My leadership, in your absence during our morning session, Dr. Keeley took us through an elaborate program on how we can stop even fundraising. What he told us, and we are going to have this conversation, is that the judiciary has a lot of potential. We do keep, or we have deposits which don't earn any interest. And he is very good at investment, and he wants to invest for us the deposits that we keep, and the deposits, the interest should be able to run all the affairs of the judiciary. And I think we support that. The PS Treasury was supposed to be here. He is one of the financiers of this organization, or rather this conference, and I don't expect any resistance from Treasury when we make that proposal. So Dr. Keeley, we are going to green the judiciary, as our CRJ has already said, and we are going to use the interest from deposits, and we will stop begging for assistance the way we've been doing. Thank you very much, CRJ. Let me take this opportunity to invite a member of the Judicial Service Commission just to talk on behalf of the rest of JSC members. I'll invite Justice Morima, a judge of the High Court and a member of JSC. Welcome, Judge.
The Honorable Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, and the Chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission, Your Excellency, the Governor of Uasin Gishu County, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to adopt the protocol as laid. It is my great pleasure, on behalf of the Judicial Service Commission of Kenya, to speak to you today at the opening of this Environment and Land Court Conference on climate change. First, let me take this opportunity to introduce my colleagues at the Commission who are with us today. Honorable Commissioners, may you be upstanding kindly. We have Commissioner Fatuma Sichale representing the Court of Appeal. Thank you, Commissioner. We have Commissioner Ingutia at the middle representing LSK, our main stakeholder, and we have Commissioner Luande representing KMGA. I also represent KMGA in the Commission. Thank you. You may have your seat. I note that this conference comes immediately after the recent United Nations Climate Change Conference held in Baku. And I think Governor has talked so well about it, many lessons to learn from there. So on our part, we take it now from here, going forward. The conference is therefore timely, as it will afford participants an opportunity to discuss and come up with comprehensive recommendations on climate and
employer. We appreciate that you recognize the efforts of the Environment Land Court. My lady, the Chief Justice, I'll take this opportunity to invite one of our main sponsors. And it's very rare for the national government to sponsor a judiciary function. Supported us in respect to this conference, and we also had a training at the beginning of this month, which they supported us. So FLOCA in collaboration that you are seeing in front here are the ones who have helped us to put this conference together. The PS was supposed to be here, but he called me and told me that because of some other urgent duties, he couldn't make it. But he sent the head of the FLOCA, head of FLOCA in the National Treasury, who is with us here, and he has worked with us for many years. This is Mr. Peter Odengo. He will speak on behalf of the PS National Treasury. Mr. Odengo, thank you. Welcome.
Are mistreating those who have got nothing to do with the impact that we are facing today. My grandmother, somewhere in Wajir, had nothing, not even anything to throw out to pollute the environment, because she's poor. But the consumers of our little... This is because they have already signed the committee, we are covered. We are covered, and we must laugh because they think they are clever. But my grandmother is more clever than this. We have a system, we have a means, and Kenya do not cry. Of the total climate finance that have been flying, or that have been flowing into the developing country over the last almost 10 years. Last year it reached 1.3 trillion. Of that 1.3 trillion, if you look at the countries that, from the developing countries, if you take away the business, Kenya is one of them. This is because all of you and all of us have played a very critical role. For you to access climate finance, you need enabling legislative framework. You need a policy, you need strategies, you need people who understand on this, and of course we had them 3 years ago. As a result of that, this program, which is very important, the first of its kind, which is currently being replicated in Indonesia, the Philippines, the Sierra Leones, Estonia, and of course in Tanzania, even if we have problems, they still come and check with us. It means that we have something to share with the world. And this is what we will be carrying away, and the resources are there. Ladies and gentlemen, and honorable judges, your 12 years old is not in a bias. 10 years is very short if you look at the geological time scale. You've done a lot. And having consistently over the last 2 years partnered with the great partners, the trusted partners, those who believe that you have something to say will work with you, and your next session, Mr. President, will be greater than this. We need you in Brazil next year, Belém. We don't promise, but we deliver what we say. We will see you there. And when we go with you, we will want to see you to set precedents on the highest table there, that Kenya in Africa has delivered the justice for climate change, and you have interpreted it. Finally, I'm also the president of Africa Climate Fund's National Designated Authorities. This one will work with you, and this one, when I sit on the table of the high, I don't know where I will sit, but remember you have a partner which you can rely on. That when it was less, you got part of it. When it will be more, you now will hope to get more. And finally, the environment sector has been in total disarray. This is because we do not have a professional body like the Law Society of Kenya to kick out the quacks that are coming around within the environment to confuse my grandmother that every tree you see here, I'll give you carbon credit. And we cannot take him anywhere. So we are coming up with the Environment Professional Society of Kenya. This society will deal with these people the way Law Society deals with those people. Yes. When we get that one, Honorable Tichilo, you should not cry for anybody who have signed a list of carbon credit for 30 years, which we were not part of the negotiation of the source, is null and void. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Odengo. You've actually worked with us, and we look forward to more engagement. At this point, I want to, with your permission, my lady, the Chief Justice, to invite a representative of the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Climate Change. The CS was supposed to be with us here, but because of other engagements, I'm told they have a meeting of all the CSS, so he could not be with us here. Is Madam Winnie Tsuma around? Madam Winnie Tsuma, welcome, and make your remarks on behalf of the CS, Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Climate Change.
The Honorable Chief Justice, Your Excellencies, the Governors, distinguished guests, esteemed members of the Judiciary, fellow environmental advocates, all protocol observed, good afternoon. It is a great honor to be here today at this significant event and to represent Honorable Aden Duale, the Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, who would have loved to be here, but he sends his regards nonetheless. My name is Winnie Tsuma, as you've heard. I'm an advocate of the High Court. I am also the Vice Chairperson of the National Environment Tribunal under the Ministry of Environment. In this conference today, also present is my esteemed colleague, Honorable David Njoroge. Please stand and wave. Thank you. Our presence today as the National Environment Tribunal members demonstrates the Tribunal's commitment to advancing environmental justice and supporting collaborative efforts to address climate change. Now, allow me to read the CS remarks as they are. The conference comes as a pivotal moment when the urgency of addressing climate change and ensuring justice for all has never been clearer. The theme of this conference speaks to the critical function of our legal institutions in shaping a sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, the judiciary is a cornerstone in enforcing environmental laws, resolving disputes, and ensuring accountability, especially as Kenya navigates the impacts of a changing climate. Kenya has consistently demonstrated leadership in environmental governance, from the enactment of the Climate Change Act to our bold commitment under the Paris Agreement. We have shown that addressing climate change is both a national priority and a shared responsibility. However, as we all know, laws and policies alone are not enough. Their successes depend on a robust enforcement mechanism, equitable judicial processes, and a judiciary that prioritizes inclusivity and fairness. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a present-day crisis. It is disrupting lives and livelihoods, particularly among our most vulnerable population. So it is our collective duty to ensure that the burden of climate change does not fall disproportionately on those least responsible for it. That is the essence of climate justice. And to add on to that, the conference highlights two crucial dimensions of climate justice: distributive and procedural. Distributive justice ensures that the benefits and the burdens of climate change are shared fairly amongst all stakeholders. And on the other hand, procedural justice guarantees that everyone, regardless of their social economic status, has a voice in environmental decision-making processes. The courts and tribunals, including the National Environment Tribunal, are instrumental in upholding these principles. They provide avenues for redress, they safeguard environmental rights, and foster accountability for those who fail to meet their obligations. That is to the environment and society. However, as we all know, the judiciary cannot act alone as well. Effective climate action requires collaboration across all sectors: government agencies, civil society, the private sector, and local communities. Together, we must strengthen our institutions, prioritize innovation, and invest in sustainable solutions that empower communities to adapt to and mitigate the impacts of climate change. As we engage in discussions over the next few days, let us remember that the stakes are high and that the conference is not just an opportunity to share ideas, it is a call to action. Let us live here with renewed resolve to advance climate justice, uphold the rule of law, and secure a sustainable future for all Kenyans. As I conclude, allow me to reiterate the commitment of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change to supporting the judiciary and all stakeholders in this critical mission. Together we can turn the tide of climate change and build a legacy of resilience, equity, and sustainability. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Winnie Tsuma. Pass our regards to the CS and our thanks. Honorable Chief Justice, let me take this opportunity to now invite our hosts. Our hosts, that is the leadership of this county, Uasin Gishu County. I will invite the Senator of Uasin Gishu County, Senator Jackson Mandago, to come and speak to us. Welcome, Senator.
The Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and President of the Supreme Court, Your Excellency, our Governor, Honorable Jonathan B., Your Excellency, Governor Otijilo, Governor for Vihiga, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I know there are so many experts in the room on matters climate change. I think first for me, I'll take this opportunity to thank the Judiciary for choosing to have this conference in the newest city in the Republic of Kenya. Other than the climate issues we are going to discuss, we are celebrating that this is one of the very first conferences we have had as a city, and this gives us also a platform to advocate the matters of this county, including climate change. Secondly, let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you, and Governor will still say that as much to Eldred and to us in Gishu County for this very, very important conference, and we do appreciate. I think also this is also the first time we have had the highest concentration of judges in one place. How I wish we could have all land matters kept here and sorted. Because with 52 judges from the Land and Environment Court, I think we should reduce from 12,000 to about 7,000 today. So we truly appreciate your choice of Eldred as a destination for this important conference. On matters climate change, I really don't want to say much when my senior is here, Governor Tijilo. He has been our chair formerly when I served also as a governor in the Environment Committee. But a matter that has been of great concern to us actually is this issue of carbon trading and carbon credit. I think as a country and government, we found ourselves in a situation where the sector has already run ahead of us. People are already trading on carbon, and we have no policy or law to govern. And this is what has exactly led to us, who are the least polluters, paying the price, while the highest polluters are actually also trading with us in the same product they are supposed to be paying for. So I really want to encourage Governor Tichilo that is a matter that you should really pay much attention, and Land and Environment Court is a good partner to work with now that we have information and knowledge on how to navigate around that matter. I was in the northern part of Kenya recently for an official duty, and part of the community there came and said, we have a problem. We have a trust that has been registered that is managing 7.6 million hectares, and they are doing carbon trading. But we have realized that what they are paying us as the conservancies is not even 5%. Excuse me. It's not even 5% of what they are getting from those who are trading on carbon. So I think it's an area of serious concern. Please. There must be pollen in there, climate change. It's an area of serious concern that we really want our experts to help our communities so that we don't even lose the resources that we would have gotten to deal with this climate change. Because this issue of climate change is real. For example, Hurricane was in Kishu. I'm sure you have come and you have found it is raining. It's very unusual to have rains in November and December in this region, but we have had heavy rains. In areas where ordinarily you expect it to be very hot or very cold, they are beginning to experiencing high temperatures. So it is a reality that we must work with, and we must wake up as a country and be able to work on the programs that are going to help us mitigate. We want to really laud our counties and the Department of Local and National Treasury for the very innovative program that is now being run in all our 47 counties. And I'm happy as a senator who does oversight to report that a majority of counties have actually rolled down the program to the ward levels to mean sensitization and critical information on climate change is now permeating through our communities and societies, and we should be able to respond even much better to the mitigate on this matter. We want to urge all of us to be active and be advocates of climate change, because collectively as a nation, it affects us regardless of the sector you work in. So I don't want to say more than that. I just want to say again, welcome, Chief Justice. We are happy to host you as a county together with all the judges here and the whole judiciary. And we hope that at the end of this conference, Land and Environment Court and more partners. And most importantly, by the way, we shall have opportunity as the residents of this county to interact with so many judges. I was telling one of my friends the other day that other than discussing matters of climate, you are actually giving us information and, you know, interacting with the public and creating that interaction with the public and the judiciary and giving confidence to the public. I was telling someone, you know, in the past, especially when you are not changed your dress code, when you used to dress in red. You know where we come from when we were looking after cows and it is raining. You are always told, don't wear a red jacket because lightning is likely to strike you. So you can imagine coming from this place where you know wearing a red jacket, you are likely to be stricken by lightning. And you walk to the judiciary and you find people robed in red. Then you are sure you are already done. But with these interactions and this conference that cuts across, you know, all sectors and all arms of government, I think it also gives a platform for conversations to continue and make sure we also move together. Thank you very much, Bwana Kili. Kili is one of the innovators in terms of investments. And I'm sure what he has said, he can actualize. But we are also still there in Parliament to allocate resources. So you will also get investment, but we are sure we shall continue also allocating. Asanteni sana. May I now take this opportunity to welcome my governor, His Excellency Honorable Jonathan B., our host governor, to make his remarks and welcome us.
Thank you, Senator, who is the first governor of Western Gishu County. He has gone through a circle. Governor and then senator. I don't know from there where will he go to. But karibu sana. Your ladyship. I'm now comfortable to say ladyship and my lady. Last time I said my lady because Justice Nyakundi and Mikoyan told me wanasemanga hivyo. So when I said my lady, and then the Nandi in me was some alert that supposing your wife is around here, or the husband to the lady. But because the law is clear, then I got away with it. So Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, the Honorable Martha Koome, State Department of Sports, Judiciary officials, my colleague Governor, Dr. Otichilo, my CEO, Council of Governors, Mary Mwidi. You will stand Watu Kuone. I know you will have your time, but because of you are our technical person, we'll go back, you'll ask me, why didn't you make me stand? Our Senator, Mandago, County Pension Fund, CEO, Dr. Kili, National Lands Commission. For the first time we are interacting with the real land. The chair who was here. And when we talk about land, please don't shout here in Eldoret because there are many lands which have been cropped, including where I'm supposed to live. So I put some money to build a house, my residence. Then I realized there were more title deeds than myself. So the lands department, justice for us also. The LSK president, representative, the vice chancellor, Moi University, Professor Kosgei, delegates, distinguished guests. Good afternoon. Chamge. Yeah, allow me to be brief again, but I want to thank so much our speakers, especially Otichilo. You spoke and I thought the end of the world has come. And in the community we come from, and Mandago, when you talk like that, it's easy to come out and say, Pas, kimeumana, So tuchukue matawi tena, tufunje matawi yenye tulipanda miti na kusema haki yetu. Justice for climate. So, but I think that it is not all lost. So it gives me great honor to welcome you and also address the distinguished assembly of legal experts at the conference of such global significance. The person of my technology, it has refused to move. But as he comes, we also have our county assembly being led by the speaker, Mheshimiwa Philip Muigai. He is here with us. We have Ngao being led by Kaka, County Commissioner. It is also part of the planning team. And we say thank you, Kaka. And I want to say karibuni sana Uasin Gishu. First, I want to say you made the right choice to host this, to make us as a host in our county. Uasin Gishu County is becoming a serious county in terms of very many things, including conferencing facilities. The last time we had our DEFCON conference here, and it came out so strongly, and I was just a first-time governor, and I didn't know what to do. But we planned for it. It came out that it was the best since the devolution. And I was given a title, EGH, which was not there, and I don't know if I would have gotten it, but I thank the Council of Governors for making this thing to happen. And now, Your Honor, now we have the Judiciary holding another conference of this magnitude. To us, this is plus. You are making our profile go up. As I wait for the speech to come, let me, it's just an embarrassing thing, but we want to say karibuni sana. In the event there is no speech, you know, the terms we use here are very technical. And you don't just wake up and say something without really. Thank God imepona. Pigia makofi hii speech. Hosting this important discussion in our newly designated city is a notable milestone, one that reflects both our continued growth and the significant responsibilities that accompany it. This conference is also a testament to the transformative power of collaboration between the judiciary and the governance, more so our county of champions. For this, we owe our deepest gratitude to your leadership and the judiciary at large. Asanteni sana na karibuni. The theme of this conference is the role of courts in remedying climate change chaos, a call for distributive and procedural justice is both timely and critical. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is no longer an abstract concept, but a pressing reality affecting every aspect of our lives, from livelihoods and ecosystems to economies and global stability. Addressing these complex challenges requires the lens or the spectacles of justice, and this forum provides an opportunity to explore the law courts how the law courts can lead, promote accountability, and ensure equitable solution to the climate crisis. As a county, we are deeply committed to advancing justice and sustainability, strengthening by our collaboration with the judiciary. The recent visit by Your Lordship, Honorable Martha Koome, for the inauguration of our new court and alternative justice system units in Moiben and Turbo sub-counties marked a significant milestone for us. The same way the Senator has just alluded, that now we are close to justice and also close to the human resource, the judges and the magistrates. Now we know the difference. Who is a judge, who is a magistrate, who is a clerk. We didn't know. Everybody who worked in the law court was just wakili. Nowadays we know Huyu sio wakili, huyu ni clerk, ama sio nafanya nini. But now we are used to it. And again, the idea of ukiona wakili ama judge, utafungwa. We come from a community in the past, ukiangalia police, badala kusalamia unakimbia mbio, unakuwa guilty even without being charged. And right now, because of the proximity and the closeness and interaction, we are able now to interact and get to know what you also offer. As our city grows, we stand on the brink of rapid urbanization. The demand for housing, infrastructure, and other development will rise significantly. While we welcome this progress, it must not come at the expense of our environment. Developments near sensitive ecological areas, such as riverbanks and forests, must adhere to strict environmental guidelines. And in the case of dispute, the judiciary, particularly environment courts, must continue playing a critical role in balancing development needs with ecological preservation. And when the pastor was reading the Bible, and he said, someone messed up with the middle tree. And with the talk of my brother here, then I said, who is this man messing up with the middle tree? So some of us that we are not part of the problem, and we are not part of the bigger boys, ours is just to collect leaves and to cover their shame. This time round, we are not covering anybody's shame. Wakai na uji yao because of a medal na the middle tree. So we are being used to cover shame from other people. So my thinking is, it is time we stand out as Africa and as developing nation. And I'm very happy that my colleague Otijilo and the rest here are able to articulate. But the way you speak, my brother, one will think that the end of the world has come. But it appears there is hope. And the hope is with the judiciary and other players. Guided by the frameworks such as the Physical Planning Act and the Land Use Act, our county remains steadfast in promoting planned development. As an agriculturally driven region, challenges persist, especially where land disputes are both emotionally charged and complex. These disputes are increasingly influenced by the realities of climate change and demand context-sensitive solutions. Here, the judiciary's role would be vital in providing clarity, consistency, and fairness. Ladies and gentlemen, of the environment, the establishment of the Environment and Land Court Division has been transformative. It has enhanced access to justice, expedited dispute resolution, and clarified jurisdictional complexities more so in our county. Land is a very sensitive thing, we all know that. And some of us got land after these colonialists left, and there are people who have no title deeds. They have no ownership. And everybody else will come in and say, hata hii kona ni yangu. Mwingine unapata amejenga. Mwingine anakuja na title umeshindwa ametoa wapi. Then we want to ask the department, State Department of Land, where are these titles being generated from? Because almost everybody is an owner of the land that is not there. And as we come to terms, we believe this conference will help us sort out that mess so that we agree together with the land and the human beings and the environment. As an alternative justice system complements this by fostering community-driven solutions to resource-based conflicts. These resources lie at the heart of climate justice, and the AJS should continue promoting equitable, harmonious resolutions that build resilience and mutual understanding. Courts must rise to occasion as arbiters of disputes and architects of fairer, more sustainable future. As a county, we reaffirm our commitment to supporting these efforts, improving access to justice, and championing development policies that balance growth and environment. Finally, let this conference inspire all of us to amplify the judiciary's role in addressing the climate crisis through the twin pillars of equity and fairness. In conclusion, I want to say this. Aligning judicial intervention with distributive and procedural justice is critical and will create a lasting legacy that safeguards our planet while upholding the dignity and the rights of all its inhabitants. It is my belief that at the end of this conference, we shall have the best solutions to combat the effect on climate change and give directions and guidance to the Environment and Land Court in their dispensation to justice, climate change. To our visitors, this is the place to be. And again, I want to say, we are very hospitable people. And we have had a number of conferences coming, and we need more. So if you want to choose a place to hold your conference, please think of Uasin Gishu. Explore our tourism and our agricultural sites and ensure you find time to plant a tree. Make sure you plant a tree before you go. And as usual, we will say we are the county of champions. We pride ourselves because of the athletes, the dimension of the sports. I want to also believe that those people who are eating the tree, the middle tree, are the ones also bringing these doping businesses. They want to spoil our talents. We want to rise up and stand against them because we believe God has created us pure and holy. And you don't have to be adulterated here because we believe our talents are raw and we can create exploits on the same talents. We want to thank Moi University. I'm happy to see the Vice Chancellor here, Professor Kosgei. I worked in Moi University for 12 years. That was the time Moi University was Moi University. But I don't want us to blame Moi University. It has produced powerful human resource in Kenya. Everywhere, somebody will tell you, I was in Moi Universities. Professor, when somebody dies of a disease, it doesn't mean that he became sick that day and he died immediately. This thing must have started a long time ago. But in those days, Professor Meaning, you'll agree with me, that we had so many resources. But the only thing that the university lacked as a parent was academic planning. Kama family planning, academic family planning. Because mulisa sana, you are a parent to 10 universities, which are doing very well wherever they are, including the recent one, University of Eldoret. I can see the worst man is here. That wherever you send your child to be independent, you give the bus, you give the resources, both human resource and financial resource. Moi University was such a giant, but these resources have gone to other universities where you are the parent. So do this as a good advice. Warudishe kidogo kidogo. Just because you don't have to suffer for nothing. Our children have grown. The University of Eldoret is so powerful. I was there the last time, and I know you have resources. It is time we look for a framework or a formula where, apart from the exchequer money we need, please, we bring back our people, bring back those powerful university lecturers that we used to have, because we want University of Moi to continue. And this is one of our pride. Outside Nairobi, we have two public universities, Moi University and University of Eldoret, and many other private universities, many other colleges. So we are a hub in terms of academics. So I want to say, karibuni sana. And like Mandago has said, high concentration of the legal world. Sasa, this time round, niko na shida ya kesi. I will look at smoking Wanjala. Those days I used to think he was a smoking Wanjala. This man is smoking throughout. Better smoking. So I want to say, I want to welcome all of you. Feel free. Just as God has given us equal days and nights. In this city, we have also a nightlife. I don't encourage, but people don't sleep. And we don't know where they come from. Every evening you will look at so many vehicles parked in some corners, and it seems there is some nightlife here. So I know you are not night runners, but still, if you think that nightlife is good for you, Mandago will show you the direction. He is another champion. Meanwhile, I want to say thank you very much. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Asante sana, Angote. When Angote says there was lacking resources, I thought of a name, Angote, the richest man in Africa. So you are rich, my friend. Tell us where the money is, or you become the next suspect. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Governor B, and we really appreciate. You've been a great host. Thank you. I will take this opportunity now to invite the director of the Kenya Judiciary Academy, who is also a judge of the Supreme Court, the Director General, Dr. Justice Smokin Wanjala, to come and make his remarks, and he will invite the Chief Justice, our guest of honor today. Welcome, Director General.
The Honorable the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, let me please allow me to also ride on those protocols that have been established by our Chief Registrar and the Governor. But I think it would be remiss of me if I did not acknowledge the Governor, because if I don't, he will continue thinking I'm smoking Wanjala. So thank you, Governor B, and your fellow governors and the Senator for hosting us. It would also be remiss of me not to, again, also recognize the Vice Chancellor of the university, given that I'm a child of academia. And so for me, I'm more proud that we are holding this conference at this university, okay? At this university. Now, Honorable the Chief Justice, I had a speech, as can be attested by what I'm holding, but having listened to those who have spoken before me, I ran the danger of just being a run-of-the-mill, being repetitive. I don't want to be that way. I am smoking Wanjala. Only just to say that we at the Kenya Judiciary Academy take this issue of climate change very seriously. And for the last 3 years, as the president, no, not the president, we only have one president in the judiciary, and vice president. But now we have the principal judge of this great court, the Environment and Land Court. We've worked together, we've organized courses, we've structured the content to address critical issues, among them climate change. And therefore this conference for us has come at a very critical time, coming just after COP29 that my friend Wilbur Otichilo, the governor, talked about. But we shouldn't bother really, because if the governor sounded all gloom and doom, Peter from Flocker sounded all rosy and light. So I think we have hope. There is stuff there. And therefore, the Kenya Judiciary Academy shall continue to structure courses for the training of our judges and magistrates so that we are on top, so that we can address critical issues which find their way to court that deal with climate change and all other matters, environment. When I was addressing students at Catholic University recently, a student asked me a question as to whether the Supreme Court has had the opportunity to deal with a climate change-related dispute. And I answered that not as yet, but I knew that soon, rather than later, we'll have occasion to address such disputes. And the best way the judiciary can be a partner, the best way the judiciary can lead this is to have thinking judges and magistrates, thinking judicial officers, judges that are environmentally sensitive, so that when disputes come, we don't deal with them from the point of law of black letter law only, but we contextualize. We contextualize. So we shall continue doing that. And I know that Peter told Judge Angote that he might take you to Brazil. Before that happens, Peter, you need to talk to me nicely, because at the judiciary, before you travel anywhere out of the country, you must get the permission of the Chief Justice to travel. But if it is an education-related travel, before the Chief Justice can even give you permission, you must get a recommendation from the director of the Kenya Judiciary Academy. So by talking to me nicely means that you should also take me to Brazil so that I may also join the Brazilians in doing what the people of Uasin Gishu do best. By the way, Governor B, do not feel embarrassed to imagine that I also like nightlife. So I'll take advantage while still here to join the Uasin Gishu residents and the senator in exploring. And when I grow up, I would like to become a senator because they look like they're freer, they're free spirits. It's not like judges, because judges, nobody claps for you unless you're in a conference such as this one. And just to emphasize another aspect of combating effects of climate change is that we must address seriously the gender perspective in this fight. I say this because of those who are critical in leading that fight are our men, are our women and girls, because they live at the center of human activity. And they are the most impacted. When I was standing with my colleagues out there and trees were being planted, a comment was made by one of the lady bystanders. This place looks like it's not gender sensitive. Because of those who were planting trees, there was only one woman, the Chief Justice. See? But we at the judiciary, we're very gender sensitive. Let me give you an example. Today we have 5 members of the Judicial Service Commission. 5. Out of those 5, how many are women? 4. You have already seen them. And in fact, the chairperson is a woman. So, Judge Mrima, pole sana, I saw you, you know, whatever. But that's the way to go. Let us bring the gender perspective into every struggle for justice, and we shall succeed if we do that. And I speak that from experience. With those few remarks, it's now my distinct pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the Honorable Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya to come and deliver her keynote speech. The Honorable the Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. May we be seated, please? Thank you, my brother, Dr. Justice, Director General Smokino Wanjara. I also recognize the excellencies, our governors who have joined us, Governor B, who became my friend, and I actually told him not to bother calling me by any title, but just call me Sister Martha. I don't know why he still struggles with the titles. He's my brother. And His Excellency Governor Otichilo, I've read so much about you. I'm so happy to meet you. Our senator and our leaders, I recognize our Judicial Service Commissioners, our PJ, and all the judges, registrars, the Vice Chancellor of this great university. Thank you so much for hosting us in this wonderful, tranquil environment. Thank you and your entire team. Let me also abide by the protocols that have been established and say a very good afternoon to all of you distinguished participants. Good afternoon again. Chemgel, thank you so much. We are really honored, so much honored to be hosted at Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County 027, the County of Champions, and to this great university that has produced great human resource capacity, readers, distinguished readers in many, many places. Now that this conference has happened here, your problems are over. You will claim your space over Reading Public University, because this conference about climate change has brought you blessings. You will never be the same again. We are here to support you, to pray for you, because we know the critical role this university has played to give education to our people. And having worked so hard and gotten to where you are, we cannot allow you to disappear. Yes, so thank you all the development partners. Thank you, Mr. Kili, for that wonderful speech. I started hearing about it even before I arrived here, and I was looking forward to meeting you, because I think judicially from here, we will also not be the same again. We will be sustainable. We will be resilient. We will put our money where it can grow. I think this conference will make a difference to many, many of us here. So allow me to start by really commending the Environment and Land Court for convening this timely conference to deliberate on the critical theme of the role of the courts in remedying climate change chaos. When I listened to His Excellency Governor Otichilo, and from where I sit, I think we have two existential threats in this country. Climate change, because when Justice Angote read the statistics of what recently happened during the flooding, the number of lives we lost, and the number of people who are displaced, I happen to be a number in those people who are displaced. So I know it's truly an existential threat that we are facing with the climate change and also corruption, and because the two go together. So this theme highlights the reality that climate change as the defining challenge of our time, and it demands action not only from the policymakers, but from every institution, including the judiciary and individuals and communities. And I'm so happy about the thoughts that went through the organizing of this great conference, because we involved everybody. We involved the stakeholders in justice, and we involved the stakeholders in environment. We involved the communities. We involved the partners, and that is the way to go to empower everybody to stand up in defense and protection of our environment. Today, as the world grapples with the effects of climate change, devastating droughts, unprecedented floods, and dwindling natural resources, it is incumbent upon courts to chart a path of justice that safeguards both humanity and our planet. Climate change is therefore not merely an environmental challenge, but fundamentally a justice and human rights issue. It cuts across all of us. It is even more serious because it increases inequalities and disproportionality and impacts more on the vulnerable and the marginalized groups. Communities in arid and semi-arid areas, subsistence farmers, coastal dwellers, and indigenous people, many of whom contribute the very least to greenhouse gas emissions, bear the brunt of its consequences. Those least responsible for climate disruption are often the most affected. This demands a justice-centered approach to climate governance, upholding both distributive and procedural justice. Our laws embrace this justice-centered approach to climate governance, and we celebrate our transformative Constitution 2010, which enshrines the right to a clean and healthy environment and principles of sustainable development and public participation in environmental governance. In addition, Article 69 obligates the state to eliminate activities that endanger the environment and establish systems promoting sustainable resource use. It is for that reason I think Mr. Peter of Flocker saying that those agreements that have been entered into without the involvement of the state on environmental sustainability and resource use are null and void. These provisions empower courts as guardians of environmental rights and distributive equity to take charge and protect the communities and the state. Complementing this constitutional framework is the Climate Change Act of 2016, which was amended last year in 2023, and provides a very comprehensive regulatory framework for climate change mitigation, adaptation, and low carbon development. This legislative commitment recognizes humanity's ecological interconnectedness and dependence on the non-human world. Our constitutional and legislative guarantees compel the development of green jurisprudence by reimagining the court's role not only as an arbiter of dispute, but as champions of sustainable development, guardians of intergenerational equity, and defenders of environmental rights. And this is why we have descended from our courts to the level where communities live, to come and identify with our communities where they live in the counties, and they speak the same language of protecting our environment. Distributive justice concerns the equitable allocation of resources, opportunities, and responsibilities. In the context of climate change, we are all required to take our responsibility and bear the burden of climate impacts and the benefits of mitigation and adaptation, which should be distributed fairly across the society. Special attention must be given to the vulnerable and the marginalized groups. Disproportionality affects and dealing with the disproportionality of those affected by climate-related harm. Speakers have spoken about the vulnerable populations, and I need to emphasize these include the indigenous people, women and children who often face the greatest climate challenges. Courts must actively safeguard the rights of these vulnerable people. In addition, courts have the obligation to ensure that policies environmental impact assessments, and adaptation projects prioritize inclusivity and fairness. Climate justice also requires addressing intergenerational equity, because we recognize that decisions being made today will profoundly impact future generations. Therefore, Article 10 of the Constitution, which enshrines sustainable development as a national value, must guide the balancing of ecological, social, and economic considerations. If we heed the word of our pastor, who spoke to us very eloquently this morning about the connection between God and man is the environment, and we do what we are supposed to do to restore the environment, perhaps God can start now visiting us and speaking to us the way he used to speak to Adam and Eve. In Kenya, where communities face severe droughts, unprecedented rainfall patterns, and resource conflicts, courts have a vital role to play in ensuring climate action does not leave anyone behind. To achieve this imperative, courts must mediate competing interests while upholding equity and fairness. And this is why we are working together, because we can never succeed alone as a judiciary or as a court. We must get the support of the county governments, national governments, and the communities. I am glad that the Environment and Land Court, the National Environmental Tribunal, and other courts have begun to forge a path in this direction. I want to mention landmark decisions, such as those by the Environment and Land Court on lifting of ban on logging in forest plantations. Let us appreciate the courts for preserving our forests. This reinforced the principle that environmental protection and resource management must benefit all, not just the privileged. These decisions demonstrate judicial interventions and their potential to create a more equitable climate future. This conference will be addressing procedural justice, which emphasizes inclusivity, transparency, and fairness in decision-making. Procedural justice demands that those most affected by environmental degradation, the vulnerable and the marginalized communities, have meaningful opportunities to participate in shaping climate and environmental policies. And to ensure procedural justice, courts must robustly enforce three foundational pillars: the right to information. Those who signed those carbon agreements, were they properly informed about their rights? Did they participate? And can they access justice? These pillars empower communities to foster accountability and ensure legitimacy in decision making. Therefore, access to information is critical for advancing environmental objectives. Your Excellency, the Governor, I think we didn't come out of Baku empty-handed. You made a very good case there about the right to access to information about decisions that are being made out there that affect us, and we have not participated in them. So transparency enables the public to understand and participate in environmental governance. We must be at the center of those decisions that affect us as countries in Africa. Our Constitution also mandates our government agencies to provide timely, accurate environmental information, ensuring robust public engagement and fostering trust. In the landmark decisions, like the case of Friends of Lake Turkana versus Kenya Power, the courts emphasize the imperative of full disclosure to the public of agreements that have implications on sustainable management of natural resources. Am I talking to somebody? Public participation also lies at the heart of Kenya's environmental governance. We know of Article 10 of our Constitution that enshrines public participation as a national value, mandating environmental assessments and public involvement before project approvals. Participation enriches development by incorporating diverse perspectives, ensuring inclusivity, equity, and sustainability. Courts and the National Environment Tribunal have consistently upheld the principle of public participation, going to the extent of barring the implementation of projects that lacked proper environmental assessment or community involvement. And in this, I'll quote the landmark decision in the case of Save Ramu versus NEMA, which underscored the need for sufficient public participation and consideration of climate impacts of development programs, thereby promoting accountability and transparency. When it comes to access to justice, ladies and gentlemen, our courts play a pivotal role. The Constitution's expansive standing provisions allow any person to seek redress for environmental harm, ensuring environmental rights are accessible to all. It is notable that the Supreme Court, in its landmark judgment, in the case of Abida Nicholas, which was delivered last year, affirmed that the Environment and Land Court is vested with the primary jurisdiction to redress violations of environmental rights under the Constitution, and a litigant is not required to exhaust alternative disputes resolution mechanisms in cases of violations of environmental rights, because these are at the level of the constitutional rights and the human rights. The establishment of Environment and Land Court with 52 judges in 40 court stations has significantly enhanced access to environmental justice. We have also put in place administrative arrangements, including the establishment of Environment and Planning as a division and the Land Division of the ELC in Nairobi. Just last month, I gazetted an appeals division of the Environment and Land Court in Nairobi in order to improve the efficiency and the effectiveness of the court in dealing with appeals that come from the tribunal and from the magistrates' courts. For instance, the Environment and Planning Division in Nairobi resolved 87 cases compared to 103 cases filed in the division that year. If we found 103 cases and we resolved 87 cases, it means that the division is doing very well, which is a demonstration of our commitment to timely adjudication. The judiciary's role in addressing climate change extends beyond adjudication. In our social transformation through access to justice blueprint, we have made mainstreaming green practices one of the strategic objectives we are pursuing. And the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary mentioned how we are working together with the National Council on the Administration of Justice, and we have developed a policy framework and greening policy for each of the justice institutions to mainstream greening justice within their activities. We are championing the integration of environmental sustainability practices in our institutional operations and practices. Some of these actions include adopting green building standards, enhancing digitization to reduce the use of paper, adopting sustainable procurement practices, employing the 3R concepts of reduce, reuse, and recycle. We are also promoting green judicial practices such as green sentencing that involves persons convicted of petty offenses engaging in community work like planting of trees as a tool of decongesting our prisons. In addition, and in line with the multi-door approach to justice that we are championing as the judiciary, we must always appreciate that securing environmental justice is not just the domain of the courts. It requires a multi-stakeholder approach that includes alternative traditional justice systems, the AJS, such as the one we launched here in Eldoret in Moiben. In many Kenyan communities, customary practices offer invaluable mechanisms for resolving disputes related to land and natural resources. These systems, rooted in communal values and sustainable practices, complement formal justice processes and enhance access to justice for the rural and marginalized populations. We are leaving no one behind. We are integrating NJS into the broader framework of environmental governance and ensuring that local communities are not only participants, but custodians of sustainable solutions. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate that the judiciary has a unique and indispensable role in addressing climate change. Through innovative green jurisprudence, we can transform climate crisis into opportunities for justice and sustainability. I urge all of us here to harness the transformative power of law, which we have been given through our Constitution and other statutory underpinnings that we have to secure justice and human rights in the era of climate disruption. Let us all champion sustainable practices that protect our environment for the present and future generations. And above all, let us reaffirm our commitment to environmental justice as a fundamental pillar of Kenya's constitutional democracy. And with those remarks, with the permission of all of us, especially the presiding judge, Environment and Land Court, the Great Court, the Tribunal, and all of us present here, I am honored, indeed most honored, to declare the 2024 Environment and Land Court Climate Justice Conference in this great city of Eldoret officially open. I thank you all for your attention, for your support, for your encouragement, for all those speeches that have been given here that are most encouraging and edifying. May you have wonderful, wonderful conference. Thank you. God bless you. I'm told there are photographs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice. A round of applause to her, please. Thank you. We're going to have photographs. I'd like to call Governor Uasin Gishu. Please come to the podium. Governor Vihiga, our Senator, the Vice Chancellor, the Dean, Law, Justice Wanjala, Honorable CRJ, And the PJs that we have, the ELC, High Court, and ELRC. That is going to be our first photo. The Speaker, Uasin Gishu County, please join. From where I am, I cannot see them smiling, but if I see you smiling, I will know that they are smiling. Judge Obaga, I'm sorry I left you out. You're the host. Please, karibu. Like I said, I'm not too sure whether they are smiling. If I see you smile, then I'm sure they are smiling. Judge Jane Onyango, how did we forget gender balance? Judge Jane Onyango. We need to neutralize this team. Judge Jane Onyango, please join the team. Photographers, give me a good smile when you're done. Fantastic. Now, they will remain there. You will not move. My team now, I'll call you the permanent bench. And then now, let me have JSC join in. Give me a nod. Good. All right. Thank you very much, JSC. You will step down. And now I'd like to call officials from the county government of Uasin Gishu. County government of Uasin Gishu. I know we're in the home of champions, so here is where I expect to see the marathoners come here. The Council of Governors, please join in because this is a space of the county government. Council of Governors, please join in. Are they smiling? Are they smiling? They are. So if you smile, I know they are smiling. Thank you very much. You may step down. Let me call all donors and partners. Thank you very much for making this event happen. We do appreciate you. All donors and partner. All right, so we're going to make this interesting. I am a journalist myself. While they're there, there's music also playing. So I also want us to be shaking or dancing, the other people, just shaking our heads, so that we enjoy both sessions. The music does not affect anything, so we can do this. The rest of us this side. Hey, let me see. Apple. Give me a nod when you're done. All right, thank you very much. Moi University officials, my cameraman, I want you to turn and look at the audience. The audience, let's do this, all of us. My cameraman, I want to capture the audience as well. Who said it's just high table? All of us. Moi University, as you come on stage. Moi University, as you come on stage. Fantastic. Now let's go back to the stage. Moi University, I hope you're on stage now. Moi University officials. Now this one is challenging. You just shake your head. Just your head. Just your head. Let's also enjoy the moment. Just your head. All right, thank you very much. All right, I would like to call all judges. All judges, please join in. All judges, please join in. Let's continue with the music. And Governor Chelilim, I'm being told that people are hoping that they will be mursik for lunch. Let's be careful, we don't fall. I think we do it in phases, or we can have all of them. We do it in phases. We do it in phases. I don't want us to fall. All right. You know, my dad is a photographer, and those days we used to take photos in the villages. He would say that some of us squat up on belly. But because they are not squatting, we can have chairs at the front there so that we have all of them. They are one big family, and it would be nice to cut out some family members. So maybe we can have chairs at the front. We don't cut out some family members. Be careful, be careful. Oh, meanwhile, can I hear the music? I want to see the people here. I told you we were just shaking our heads. All right, as we are making arrangements, all of us here, all of us. Those who are not clapping, there will be no mursik for lunch. Photographers, give me a nod when you're okay. I'm waiting for your nod, photographers. Now this one you have to shake your head. Like this, all of us. The people taking photographs, look at the photographers. The rest, you can look at me. I'm waiting for a nod from the photographers. Please tell me you're okay now. All right, thank you. Now you come out dancing. You shake. Shake your head. Yes. Tutawashika. The permanent bench, please remain. The permanent bench, please remain. The permanent bench, please remain. We have 3 more photos. Thank you. You can have your seat as you enjoy the music. Make sure you shake your head. It's saying that this meeting has been very nice. All right, thank you very much. Now let me have the registrars, DRS, and the magistrates. Registrars, DRS, and magistrates, please come. The deputy registrars, please come. And the registrars and magistrates. All right.
Tuendelee kufurahia muziki wakati picha inaendelea. Imekuwa ni fahari kubwa sana.
All the speakers and moderators on the program, that's the next photo. All the speakers and moderators. Get ready, all the speakers, moderators. Your photo is next.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. You can enjoy the music standing or seated, free. The speakers and moderators, all the speakers and moderators, all the speakers and moderators. all the speakers and moderators. Let me now call LSK members and the National Land Commission. Please come together. The National Land Commission and LSK, please come together. So I have the National Land Commission and LSK. All Eldoret staff members, please come and stand on my right so that we save time. Eldoret staff members, please come stand on my right here so that we save time. Eldoret staff members. Meanwhile, the next photo is the tribunal. All members of the tribunal, please be here. Thank you very much. Members of the tribunal, please come. The permanent bench still remains. I have the powers to dismiss you, but not yet. Members of the tribunal. Meanwhile, all Eldoret staff, be on my right, all Eldoret staff. And thank you for hosting us. Members of the tribunal, do I have you there? Members of the tribunal? You're good? Members of the tribunal, do I have everybody up there? Are we good? Members of the tribunal? Photographers, give me a note. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to have the Eldoret staff. Thank you so much for hosting us. Karibuni. Let's appreciate Eldoret staff. They have hosted us and they've put this conference together. Please, a round of applause to the Eldoret staff. Thank you very much. We do appreciate all that has gone into making this conference possible. All right, thank you very much. A clap for them. They organized this, so thank you very much, Eldoret staff. And last but not least, members of the Steering and Planning Committee. The engine. The Steering and Planning Committee, please come. So where you are, you just shake your head. Our music is just simple. It's just the head. The Planning and Steering Committee, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause for putting this together. Thank you very much. The Steering Committee, please let's applaud them. Thank you very much. Are they smiling? Are they smiling? You know, they only smile if you're smiling. Are they smiling? Let's appreciate them, the Steering Committee, for putting this together. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of the photo sessions, but I'd like to make a few announcements about lunch. Thank you very much, and members of the permanent bench. I'd like to make a few announcements about lunch and what follows. We will break for lunch at this point, and we'll come back. It's already 2:14. Let's agree, what time do we come back? Do we give ourselves 40 minutes? Is 40 minutes okay? 45? All right, so we come back at 3. Let's come back at 3. And then I need to make an announcement. Inside your bags, you have a bottle like this. Inside your bags, you have a bottle like this. Do not ask yourself why we have not been given water. The judiciary is very keen on ensuring that the environment is kept clean. So use this. We have refillers there. Refill your bottle and use it for your water. So in the afternoon, we are going to have Honorable Otichilo and many others take us through a panel. So for now, I'd like to thank you very, very much. Please clap for yourselves as we go for lunch. Let's see you at 3 p.m. Thank you very much. Protocol team, please help me. Protocol team, please help me by directing the different guests to their different sections. Protocol team, please help me by directing the different teams to the different sections. You know the river that we know that it is a river. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome a very, very strong champion for the environment, Ms. Clarice Oganga from the United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner. Karibu sana. Karibu. Makofi, makofi, makofi until she gets here. She reminds me that there were no plastic bottles as well. So the glass bottles. You remember those days? Those of us who are old enough to remember that. All right. So our next speaker, our next panelist, when I asked him what made him enjoy his childhood, he said he came from the village. Of course, he mentioned that he was walking bare feet and herding the cows and all that. But what made him enjoy childhood is that from his village, this one I have to remember the name of the village, Emanyinya. From his village in Emanyinya, he enjoyed growing trees and crops. That even the people in the village had a name for him. They called him omundu wayanza imisala. I hope I got that right. So this means a person who loves the environment, and his love for the environment is still on. The love goes on. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Wilbur Otechilo, the governor of Vihiga County. The man who loves the environment. Representing the Cabinet Secretary for Environment, I hope I have David Njuguna. David Njuguna is the member of the National Environment Tribunal. I didn't get a chance to ask him how he enjoyed his childhood. But from looking at him, can you guess what he enjoyed from his childhood? And position him somewhere where his childhood was the time. Karibu sana. All right. Now, let's go to Meru. I found a guy who the whole village knew that when his mother is looking for him, they will know where to find him. He'll either come back very clean or looking white, because he loved going out for mud masking. You know, right now, we pay a lot of money to go for masking, full body masking, and you're covered in mud. This guy started early. He would go to the rivers in Meru. Let me remember his village. And then every time his mother would look for him or he'd be looked for, everyone would know where he is. He's either in the mud, masking, or is in the rivers, swimming. So I don't know why he usually chose to start with the swimming and then go to the mud. So by the time mom is calling, he's full of mud, you know. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Honorable Justice John M. Mutungi. And his village is Uruku village. So the villagers know him. His age mates know him. There are few now, but they remember. Thank you very much. It is working. Thank you. We are talking about human rights and ensuring that even as we talk about the environment, even as we talk about mitigation of the climate change and all that, that human rights are not violated. So tell me, human rights-based approach to climate change jurisprudence from United Nations international human rights mechanisms on state obligations, what are there? What have you put to address displacements caused by climate change, and what lessons can you share for Kenya?
Thank you very much for that question. Allow me to first appreciate the court, the Environment and Land Court, for bringing us on board to be part of this discussion. I know sometimes people think that human rights is something far off and is not a component of climate change. But the message that we have from the UN and specifically from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights is that you cannot address issues of climate change if you do not look at them through the human rights lens. Climate change impacts on human beings. So when we are talking about human rights, the human rights lens, we are talking about ensuring that the human beings who are most impacted by climate change, their issues are addressed. I think a lot of the speakers today spoke about the ones who least contribute to climate change issues, being the ones who are most impacted. If you look at, for example, just in Kenya, communities who have been impacted by floods, by cyclones, by droughts, these are the communities who least contribute to climate change. Yet the people who contribute the most are just allowed to pay without consequences. In fact, at the UN we say, or with my friends who are mostly human rights people, we say, the polluter pay principle is the Kenyan equivalent of utadu. You pollute and you get away with it. The polluters, if you look at them, most of them are big corporates, and they have put in their budget operational costs to address these issues. So you cannot say that the polluter is paying. The polluter is benefiting. And who is it who is paying? It is these communities who are then impacted by issues of climate change. They're displaced. Some of them are actually displaced. And what do the polluters do to address issues of displacement, issues of right to food, issues of right to health? If you look at some of these communities, they're actually displaced because of issues of climate change, which then impacts on their other rights. When communities, the human rights lens, you will not attain sustainable mitigation of the impacts of climate change. So that's the message that we are giving today. And we are hoping that at some point, the judiciary, the land court, will look at the issue of polluter pay, the polluter pays, and look at the principle as to whether is it really serving our purpose? Is it serving the context? Who is the one who's paying? And who is the one who's being impacted? And we are saying the people who are paying are the communities. The people who are paying are the ones who are least contributing to the impacts of climate change, yet their rights are the most violated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've mentioned an issue about sustainability, and I want to take that angle and take it to Dr. Wilbur and ask him. We know that one of the reasons for slow progress towards achieving sustainable development goal is climate change, and it is a global problem that does not know a country or a county or any borders, So what is it, or how are county governments responding to this practically and pragmatically, especially on the resilience building adaptation?
Thank you for that question. First and foremost, I want to thank the Environment and Land Court for inviting me to come to this very important conference. And I want to say from the onset, as Council of Governors, we are very happy to be associated with the Environment and Land Court. And we believe you are doing a very good job, and we want to associate with you and work with you. Now back to your question. The SG's Sustainable Development Goals are goals that were set by United Nations. There are 17 of them. And all these 17 goals are about life of livelihoods. And for them to be attained, one of the most important issues is to ensure you have a stable environment, an environment that is functioning. And as we all know, in terms of food security, food production is heavily influenced and affected by weather patterns. And it's climate change. Due to climate change, the weather patterns have changed, and therefore it's not, you cannot predict in terms of seasons and what seasons are there for planting and what seasons are there for not planting. So climate change has complicated the food production system, and in the process has complicated and made all the functioning of all sectors of our economy become very complex to manage. So to be able to deal with climate change, we must agree that is a cross-cutting issue. And you cannot deal with climate change as an issue on its own. It's a cross-cutting issue. And that's why it requires all sectors of our economies to be able to work together. So let me get to the Council of Governors and the counties, what we have done. As I said in the morning, we are not responsible for climate change. But those people who are responsible for climate change have refused to help us come out of it. And as counties, we have found out that climate change is affecting everything we are doing. And therefore, if we do not address it, whether we are building classrooms, whether we are struggling to improve agriculture, it will not work. So we agreed, first of all, to put in place policies that address climate change. Because you must have a policy to be able to deal with the issue. After the policy, we have enacted, and I'm happy to report, all the 47 counties have policies, and we have also enacted laws. We have customized our law based on the national principle law of climate change. And each county has a law, and then we have prepared regulations to implement that. And our key area of interest is in capacity building, creating awareness, because climate change is so complex. Even for us who have gone to school, even up to university, it's not easy to understand it, because there's a lot of science and many other issues that make it very complicated. So capacity building and creating awareness is one of the areas we have taken very serious. Second, within our law, we realize that funding is very important. Climate financing is very important. So we decided that we take a deliberate effort to put in the law a mechanism for funding. Because if we are going to wait for the polluter to pay us to deal with climate change, we may not be there. So we have put a funding mechanism. And we have agreed as counties, because we are different in terms of our revenues, we can vary from 1.5% of our total budget to 6%. So various counties have given various. For example, for me, in Vihiga, I've given 3% of my total budget goes to climate change. So that guarantees us that every county in this country has money to address climate change issues. And so that's where we are. And to be able to bring climate change through the community, we have formed what we call ward climate change planning committees. So at the ward level, we have a committee. And that committee has all the people, from people living with disability, to youth, to women, to all kind of people. And we have built their capacity. And from that, we provide them a chance to do what is called, climate change risk assessment. So in every ward, the committee, with our help, we help them to do climate risk assessment so that they know what are the risks within their ward. And out of those risks, then we request them to come up with projects that will mitigate those risks or help them to adapt to those risks. And those projects, we call them investment programs. And once they come with those investment programs, we give them money from our budget to be able to effect those programs.
Thank you very much. And I like the note where you're ending and talking about adaptation and mitigation. And I want to go back now to the national government and ask, we all know that mitigation and adaptation interventions could raise significant justice issues. And from morning, we've had the conversation that is going on, and the conversation about carbon credits and people planting trees up to 30 years. I know those are mitigation measures, and at the end of it all is about limiting dangerous gases and emissions. But what are you doing? How is the government employing the vulnerability approach to address justice issues in adaptation and mitigation? Particularly, I want to know, in light of the recent heavy rains that we witnessed, somebody talked about using boats, going to their homes with boats, yet this is a residential area.
Thank you very much. First, I want to appreciate the invitation as the National Tribunal, the National Environmental Tribunal, for being invited here by my good friend Judge Ngote, and congratulations for the good work that you are doing. I would like to start from what the legal framework that the government has put in place to ensure some of these mitigation measures have been put in place, and to ensure that there is accessibility to environmental justice, speaking from the lens of the tribunal. And I just want to start with laying the mission of the tribunal. And it says, the mission of the tribunal is to provide accessibility to environmental justice that is expeditious and inexpensive, to facilitate access to justice, the rule of law, and provide accessibility to environmental justice that is expeditious, inexpensive, for equitable and sustainable development. The MCA Act was a groundbreaking piece of legislation in terms of moving towards environmental justice. When you look at section 126(1), it talks about that the tribunal shall not be bound by the strict rules of evidence. And that has helped the tribunal basically to invite and admit all cases, complaints, in whichever form that they come to us. We are not strict in the sense of approaching like the ELC, but what we are looking up to, again, living up to the spirit of Article 48, access to justice, and Article 159 on the technicalities and looking at the substance. So these are some of the measures, legal framework measures that have been put in place by the government to ensure that, one, that environmental justice is accessible to all. Two, that environmental justice is inexpensive. And three, that it is also informal, that all and sundry can be able, those who may not be able to employ lawyers for the service, then they can still approach the tribunal for whatever misgivings and violations that have been done. Truth be told is that most of these violations happen to the downtrodden in the society. They happen to the most poor in the society, who may not even be able to raise, even if they come together as a community, to raise fees to employ an advocate. But having that path and that avenue open to them, that they can still come to the tribunal, is one of the ways that the government has ensured that there is mitigation of these effects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Justice Mutungi, he talks about legal frameworks. And we cannot have this conversation without talking with the judiciary. And what do you think the courts can help in contributing to strengthening existing frameworks for future climate resilience and sustainable land management through courts? And while you are at that, can you give us a few examples of the success stories that you've had and how that is impacting the lives of so many people here?
Thank you very much. I first of all wish to commend our PJ and the committee that set up this
conference. I think it's a wonderful thing. It brings together people from diverse backgrounds and forums, and it gives us an opportunity to actually speak to one another, share experiences, and see if there are good practices that we could embrace. Coming to your question, I think everything revolves around the legal frameworks that we have, because as a court, we have to confine ourselves to literally the legal frameworks that we have to operate within. Of course, there is now the Climate Change Act 2016, as amended last year. That one sets out very clear objectives, objects and functions that we are supposed to, or it's supposed to guide people to achieve. And if you go to section the objects of the Act, they include development, management, implementation, and regulation of mechanisms to enhance climate change resilience and low carbon development for sustainable development. Then we have as an objective, the Act is supposed to be applied to mainstream climate change response, development planning, decision making, and implementation of those decisions. And then also, it's supposed to aid to build resilience and enhance adaptive capacity to the impacts of climate change. And finally, it is also intended to assist in formulation of strategies to enhance the resilience and adaptive capacity of human and ecological systems to the impact of climate change. It is quite clear it points us to the guiding values and principles, and it is heavy on Article 10 of the Constitution, that is on public participation. And of course, it ties that with Article 232, which applies to public service. It also defines Articles 42 and 69 as some of the guiding values and principles that the court has to look at. And of course, now you have to deal, when you look at all those guiding principles, you have to apply equity and social inclusion and integrity and transparency. And it is specifically under Section 23 nominates this court as the court to enforce climate change rights under Article 70 of the Constitution. And under the Climate Change Act, any person, any party has a local study to come before it, to come before the court to seek enforcement of climate rights. Now, when we come now to the other frameworks, I speak to the National Land Commission and Article 67H. They have a mandate and a law to monitor and oversee planning and land use. I hope my friend Gershon Otachi is doing something about that. And then under Article 66(1) of the Constitution, the state has a wide discretion and powers and mandates to actually champion the
climate change actions by insisting on particular land uses in regard to various, some specific areas, defense, we have education, we have water resources, but finally we have land use planning, which means the state can actually oversee land use planning and ensure that particular land use is observed. Now, coming to how these courts may have responded to the challenges of climate change, I will mention that between 2005 and 2015, the United States, and specifically made it very difficult for parties to be found culpable, because the sense was that you cannot say that it is the defendant who has contributed these greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So you cannot quantify that. And as such, many cases in the US did not progress or are not successful. The PJ, when he gave his remarks, cited a case from Netherlands where the court actually now found the respondents culpable to the extent that they were ordered to reduce the carbon emission to certain levels. But for this court, I'm not sure we have under any real litigation on climate change litigation, but at a personal level, for my part, I have I've had the misfortune of handling two different Mao cases. The one we did with Justice Oungo and Justice Kuro, that is Masai Mao. There we were able to recover about 40,000 hectares of grabbed forest land in the Mao. So for that, we said we have contributed to giving something back to the community and the public. But the more difficult one is the Maoist, which I have had to deal with, and which I delivered a judgment about 1.5 months ago. And in that, the forest, I'm sorry to say, lost 35,301.1 hectares to public. If you want to understand why that decision was reached, you have to find that judgment in Kenya law. But I can tell you, governments and everybody else, they have mandates which they must observe. Sorry.
It's okay. I like what you're saying as you're concluding and saying that everybody else has a role. Well, you still have a mic because I want to do one more round of conclusion because I'm meant to finish this session at 4, and I only have 1 minute. In line with this sub-theme of securing justice and human rights in the era of climate disruption, what is this one-liner that you're going to tell us that is going to speak to this sub-theme as a takeaway for all of us?
What I would say is that the judges have to be innovative. They have to read, you and what Smoky Nwajara said, the black and white will not always work. For instance, when we have the pleadings that come before us, most of the time, even if you have to make a judgment, you find, unless you extend that judgment to be able to deal with the consequential orders, then you have not assisted the matter. Like that Mao case, apart from giving back the land to the private citizens, I now read Article 66, Article 69, and imposed land use conditions. And I directed that in 5 years, they have to increase their tree cover from 0 to 30%. And then I also said that the 1 month they have to deal with riparian reserves and all that. And I directed that the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Lands were to also be participants in all that. So really, apart from now acknowledging that the forest, part of it is gone, I also returned the forest by directing that each person has to plant at least 30% tree cover on his land to compensate for the losses. But in 2001, that is what the government did, and I said the government belongs to the people, and those are their people, and they settled them there. The essence of kicking them out were greater than the essence of telling them to be there and live with the forest. Of course, there was the Ogiek issue, which is a different story, but that is a story for another day. You can read the judgment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Thank you. And I'm going back to the sub-theme about securing justice and human rights in the era of climate disruption. I talked to you because you're from the national government, and we had conversations in the morning about carbon market mechanisms. And we looked at that in light of the community. And remember, our theme is about securing justice and human rights, right? So as you conclude, please tell me, how can we balance climate solutions with social justice to ensure that these policies respects and protect the land rights of the marginalized populations while contributing effectively to climate action?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And as I conclude, the Honorable CJ's vision is access to justice through transformation? Yes, AJTC. Yes, and to help in access to justice, I think it is our all collective, individual, and various stakeholders' responsibility to ensure that we open up and we remove the impediments to access to justice. So if it is matters to do with the ELC court and all the judiciary, the tribunal, the CJ again talks about a multi-door system. It is about time that we encourage, and I'm happy the ELC has fully embraced AJS, ADR. I'm happy that also the tribunal is have been invited, I think, next week to a symposium on ADR, because we really need to open up all the multi-door systems and ensure that at the end of the day, environmental justice is not a rhetoric, but it is realized across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Dr. Otichilo, you're very passionate about climate action. And from a young age, you had a nickname in the village. And in line with this theme, sub-theme that we are having about, not just talking about climate action, we are thinking in terms of also justice for the people. In one line, one sentence, what would you say as your takeaway for us to also take away?
I think the takeaway is that we are on the right track, and I want to encourage the Environment and Land Court to really take the matter of climate change very serious, because climate change is affecting every sector of our life. So for me, climate change has to be handled by all of us, and we must be committed. As much as we would like to apportion the blame of the climate change to the people who caused it, but we have a responsibility to ensure that we correct it and we live with it. Then last, allow me to make the following observation. I was the architect of the Climate Change Act of 2016. I'm the one who did this when I was in Parliament. And one of the areas of interest when we were enacting this act, we needed a national climate change council for the entire country to coordinate climate change issues. To date, that council has never been constituted. And that's why we find climate change initiatives in the country are uncoordinated. They are completely not coordinated, and that's why we are not having an effective impact on what is going on. If you had the person from Treasury, we have received a lot of money, probably 1.5 to 2 trillion on climate change, but we have no impact because this council has never been constituted. Further, we had indicated in that law that we establish a climate change fund, and that fund will then attract Treasury to put some money there, and then also development partners would be able to, we would be able to attract development partners to put money there, and therefore money will be available, and we will not be going out begging for money. But that fund, again, has not been established. So I think as in this conference, I would want to see a resolution coming out where we say that the council must be established, the fund must be established, then we'll all be able to get funds to deal with climate change without having to look for money. And when we get the money now is going to various sectors, and these sectors are not coordinating each other. And therefore, we are not having any impact. Even our commitment at the COP of nationally determined emissions, we are not able to quantify, indeed, whether we are going to reach the 32% we have committed or not, because there's no coordination.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Clarice, as we conclude, looking at the sub-theme, human rights, justice, human rights, justice, even as we're talking about climate action, and given that your organization is more about human rights, in one line, one sentence, what was it that you can tell us as your takeaway that we can also take away?
Thank you very much. I think for me what I would conclude, my statement in conclusion, would be to let the court know that they are a very big stakeholder in this particular discussion. Maybe also just to give credit to some of the decisions that this court has made that has trickled to the global levels, and some of the decisions are discussed at the global level. So whatever happens at the national level, can really inform what happens at the global level. Remember, implementation of these agreements that are agreed upon globally is at the national level. The courts are part of the implementers of these global frameworks. So really, it's just for the court to appreciate the role that they play, to interact with global stakeholders. And maybe just to mention that the Human Rights Council has for the first time issued a decision on the impacts of climate change on human rights. Those are some of the decisions that we would want the court to interact with. Kenya has now been elected as part of the Human Rights Council. How can we leverage on our presence in that Human Rights Council to inform some of the decisions that are then made at the Human Rights Council that can then trickle to other other stakeholders and other jurisdictions. So just to let the court know that Globally, they are not operating in isolation. Whatever it is that they decide is given, that global lens, and it has an impact on some of the decisions that are made globally, trickling to the national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. I would really like us to continue with this session, but time is not on my side. Let's remember that the conversations we are having here is not just about having it on the podium here. While we are out there, let's talk, somebody normally says, let me borrow your mind. We can borrow the minds of these people, right? And then we get the conversation going. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate our panelists as they step down. Thank you very much. So right now, I want us to break. We go into various sessions. We have different discussions that will be going on. And I should mention that we have running tea. So the running tea, you pick, you go to your session and breakaway room. So we have one session that is going to be here. And the sub-theme is combating climate change and climate justice through sports, the place for the sports fraternity. Remember, we are here in the home of champions, and sports is very important. So that happens here. The moderator for that session is Mrs. Soinei Parsena. Ms. Parsena, you're here? All the moderators for all the sessions, please come here. All the moderators for all the 3 sessions, please come here. So that you get to know who is leading that session, and then whatever place that they're going to be, we all follow the person, the leader. So for this session, the one that is going to be here at the Dome, we have Ms. Soinei. Ms. Soinei is going to be our moderator here, and we are going to talk about climate change and sports. So that is going to happen here. The second breakout session is going to talk about harnessing artificial intelligence and emerging technology for enhanced climate justice and resilience. So the person who's going to moderate for us that is Ms. Mary Mwiti, the CEO of Council of Governors. So she'll tell us where we are at. So we'll go to the tent on the left, somewhere there. The good thing is that she's here, she will guide us. And then we have tent 3. Tent 3, we are going to have the sub-theme of public participation in environmental decision making. And the person leading us there is Ms. Caroline Kasoa. And the good thing she's here, she's going to direct us to where we'll be going. I don't know, we didn't make a selection of where each of us goes. We wanted you to follow your heart. But if I find that your heart has sent you somewhere and you're so many there, I will return you to different places. So the sports team, talking about sports, we are here. Talking about artificial intelligence, somewhere there. And the other one, we are having a conversation about what Hasoa, public participation, somewhere there. All right? Enjoy, and then we will have to meet here. How many minutes do I give you? About 30 or 45? 30 minutes. So we meet here at what time? 4:45. 4:45? 1 hour. Okay, people are telling me 1 hour. So what time do we meet here? It's just for wrap up and to see our good faces. 5. So we meet here at 5. Make sure we are somewhere. We'll be going round. But in the event your heart takes you and all of you are there, I will ask the lever to move you to a different place. Thank you very much. The sports team will remain here. Artificial intelligence, we follow Mary Mwiti on my left. And public participation, we have Caroline at the end there. For sports, we are all here. Public participation, to my far left, and artificial intelligence, also to the left.
Taking lands yet world is the pressing challenges of climate change and environmental degradation. At the forefront of this battle in land court, institution dedicated
Do we have any official from Uasin Gishu County? Officials from Uasin Gishu County? The Sports Ministry? Any official from Uasin Gishu County, the Sports Ministry?
Good evening, everyone. Is it good evening or good afternoon? It's evening somewhere else, right? Yeah, welcome to the sports panel. We are still waiting for our panelists, representatives of the panelists for this session. My name is Soinei Parseina. I'll be the moderator. We have the chair of this panel, and I would like him to introduce himself.
I don't know whether there is a representative and then the governor himself and Diego.
Yeah. So we only have.
Yeah, we just deal with this too. Either two, yeah. But you can call if there's any representative.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I'm welcoming the chair of this panel. That is Honorable Mr. Justice Maxwell Ndwinga Gisheru. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please come to the front because the tent is so big and we are so few. You can even sit on these big chairs. I welcome you to the big chairs. The owners are not coming again. Please come to the center here, if you can. Please. Johnny Karibu. So I think, I know we prayed in the morning, and we can pray again and again. So we'll start with a prayer. Any volunteer to pray for us? Yes, that gentleman there. Come here.
Good evening. Let's have a word of prayer. Almighty Lord, we come before you this evening, saying thank you for the great first day of the conference. As we go through the panel discussion, may you get the insights of sport law, may you understand the entire concept and relation of sport law into climate justice. It is humbly we pray, in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Eric Muturi, for the prayer. I was expecting a total of 5 panelists. I can see only 1. So I don't know if I should ask for volunteer panelists, but our sub-theme. Yes. I guess he went to Alliance, this one. So did I. Come. Yes, thank you, Muturi. We have our sub-theme, as I was saying. I can see somebody else went to Alliance Girls. That is Justice Lynette. Our theme is combating climate change and climate justice through sports, the place for the sports fraternity. That is our sub-theme. And we were expecting Honorable Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, who is Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Sports Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. We have Honorable Justice Boaz Nathan Olao, who is a very experienced judge. I think he has done like 42 or 43 years in the judiciary. Mzee wa kazi, and I know he's also a sports lover, and he has a lot to tell us about sports. We expected another panelist by the name His Excellency Jonathan B. Chelilim, who is the governor, who was in Gishu. We also expected Paul Tergat, who is not just a household name, but international marathon. The famous Paul Tergat is supposed to be seated here. And you also know about Faith Kipyegon, the one who has 3 Olympic gold medals, 1,500 meters in 2016, I think, Rio, 2020, Tokyo, Japan, 2024, Paris. She's also one of our panelists. So because they are not here, let us be practical and let us work with what we have. What I'll do now is hand over the program to our able moderator, Soinei Barseina, and she will take it up from there. If any of you feels like you can talk anything about sports, I give you a place here to sit. Feel free to chapter 2 stories as sports and climate change. Any volunteer? I think this gentleman wants to come to the front. Karibu sana. I think you'll be introduced as the rest of the panelists are being introduced by the moderator. Thank you very much. Karibu.
Yes, we can clap for the chair. Yeah, so our theme for this panel today is compacting climate change and climate justice through sports. The place for sports fraternity. Basically, we need to get the link between climate and sports. And there are questions that are there for the panelists, but just for me to just introduce this theme. Of course, environment impacts our sports. And we are in the county of champions, which feels very right to talk about environment and sports. And today we are having this conversation because we are talking about justice, relating it with the environment, relating it with sports. For me, I feel it's a very dynamic conversation because we are having environment, justice, then we are having sports. We want to link them to find how does environment and climate change affect sports. Knowing that we have our champions here in Eldoret and they have represented us globally. How is environment affecting? And climate, the role of sport fraternity in compacting climate change. What are they doing about it? If there is anything that is affecting them in the environment and even in issues of climate, what are they doing about it? We have also talked about sustainability in sports, climate justice in sports, Is there any inclusive conversations that we are having with the environmentalists? Are we using them as our champions for climate change outside there? We will also talk about the economic pact, the social impact of climate change on sports. Of course, when you talk about economic, we'll talk about the financial impacts on events and even the sponsorships that come in. Are these sponsors looking at how climate will affect sports in one way or another? We also look at the job creations. We look at policies, governance in sports, and this is where now the courts will come in, because governance-ship and even the policy makers, are we putting them in order? So basically that is what we are going to talk about in this conversation, in our panel. Do we have educational initiatives and advocacies? Does our champions or even the sports people, do they know anything about any initiatives? Are they doing any initiative to climate? Are there any strategies for the sports event and organizations? So basically that's what we are going to talk about. We have our panelists here. Maybe I can just give them time to introduce themselves. Now that we have time and most of our panelists who are not here, I can just give them time to introduce themselves, then we can go directly to the questions. Welcome.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon. I'm Jambo. I think the majority here are judges and they know me. My name is Justice Boaz Olao. I work with the Environment and Land Court in Busia. Asante.
Good evening. My name is Eric Muturi, a law student at the University of Nairobi. Current delegate. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Goya, a law student at Moi University and graduating class 2024.
I greet you all. Good evening. My name is Stephen Odhiambo, LLB student at JCOT Current Campus. I am currently a delegate at this conference. Thank you.
You see how amazing our panelists are? We're actually having students talking to us about climate and sports. This is very encouraging in this panel. So I'll skip question 1 and go to question 2 directly to Honorable Mr. Justice Boaz Nathan. He has a presentation, but I'll just put the question, then you can come and do the presentation, if that is okay. So your question is, as the general understanding of sustainability and the climate crisis grows, more and more sports organizations are trying to understand what climate justice means for them. So what are some of the most important issues that sports need to consider? Remember, it's about climate, what climate justice means for them. So, karibu.
Thank you, moderator. I'm glad that we have a lot of time because the only relationship I knew between sports and climate was when it rains and the football match is abandoned. So I was telling Judge, I was telling this PJ the other day that PJ, you have really set me up because you know the CJ will be here and he'll be asking me, wow, what is happening to sports? But surprise, surprise, I burnt the midnight oil reading, trying to find out what is this relationship between sports and climate. And I was shocked at what I discovered. So I've sought the permission of the moderator, because I burnt midnight oil doing all this, sitarudi nayo kabla sijawasomea. It is up to you to believe it or not to believe it. So I'll read it. Olola, pay attention, please. So climate justice, the role of sports organizations, and an introduction. There's no doubt that the sports industry has become a movement on its own and a massive magnet for fans. This is not only limited to traditional sports like football or basketball, but in recent times we have seen an uptake of more elite sports like tennis, golf, motocross. We also have a lot of fans of motocross in this country, surprisingly, Formula One racing, and even the Safari Rally, which for a long time has been the preserve of our country. Climate justice means trying to ensure that people and the planet are treated fairly in the way we try to reduce further climate change by cutting down the amount of fossil fuels we burn to produce energy and to adopt changes brought in by the climate change discourse. For example, by developing crops that are resistant to droughts when rainfall levels drop due to climate change. The climate conversation is an ongoing and never-ending discourse. Just a week ago, COP29 was held, where topics of climate justice were delved into. Nations around the world attended the conference, and Kenya has also had its representative there. Guiding legislation, Article 42 of the Constitution provides the right to a clean and healthy environment, including the right to have an environment protected for the benefit of the present and future generation through legislation and other measures, particularly those contemplated under Article 69 of the Constitution. Article 69 of the Constitution lists the obligations of the state in respect to the environment, and of course they include to maintain a tree cover of 10%, encourage public participation in management, protection and conservation of the environment, eliminate processes and activities that are likely to endanger the environment. The Sports Act and the Sports Policy of 2002 do not provide measures to provide climate change or any steps towards achieving climate justice, causing us to fall back on international conventions. Article 2 of the Constitution provides that any treaty or convention which Kenya ratifies becomes part of our law. This makes the aforementioned conventions law under our Kenyan law. Kenya ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1994. She also signed the Paris Agreement and ratified the same. What can sports organizations do? This invites sports organizations and stakeholders to join in a new climate action in sports movement aimed at supporting and guiding sports sectors to achieve global climate change. Sports organizations can display climate leadership by engaging together in climate neutrality journeys, which can be achieved by taking responsibility for their climate footprint, which will incentive climate action beyond the sports sector and therefore global ambition set up and threats posed by climate change. The UNFCCC lists the following objectives for post-climate action. Achieving a clear trajectory for global sports community to combat climate change through commitment and partnership according to verified standards, including emission, reducing and reporting greenhouse gas emissions in line with the well below 2 degree scenario enshrined in the Paris Agreement. Using sports as a unifying tool to federate and create solidarity among global citizens for climate action. This, of course, can begin even at our local level in our villages. We all know how passionate Kenyans are about sports. We are in the county of champions, where athletics is the in thing, and it's unfortunate that we couldn't have Faith with us. I invited her to a function once, and she turned up and really benefited from that. Sports organizations are encouraged to have a forum where participants can pursue climate action in a consistent and mutually supportive fashion by learning from each other, disseminating good practices, lessons, learning, developing new tools, and collaborating in areas of mutual interest. So, Olola, we don't want a situation where when we go to watch a game for Gor, we are not able to get home through Uhuru Highway. I think we can spend that energy talking to the sports fans, perhaps just before the game, if we can try and talk to our fans and tell them, look, just before the game starts, you can have a video like what we are having here now. I think that will help people will be able to go back home at least, even if it's only planting a tree. Vijana watatoka huko kama wamefurahi, wamesema tumeona mpira, lakini pia Baba ametuambia tuende tupande mti. And I think that in a small way can play a role in achieving what we want to do through sports. Because when people come to watch sports, perhaps that is not their main objective. Their main objective is to see their team win. But I think if we develop that culture, within time, perhaps people will be used to seeing that before a game starts, there's somebody to talk to us about climate change. If it's, for those of you who are my age, I don't know if Eboso is, we used to have this film cooperation. They used to come to the field with a truck, and before they show the movie, usually it used to be James Bond movies, they would have some adverts of medicine. Does anybody remember that? Yeah, and I think that is perhaps one of the things that we need to consider, so that even the people who have come to watch the movie, by the time they are going back home, they are able to share with their parents that Mama niliona hii sabuni ya panga or whatever. So perhaps that is one of the things that we can consider. So sports organizations are encouraged to have forums where participants can pursue climate action in a consistent and mutually supportive fashion by learning from each other, disseminating good practices, lessons, developing new tools, and collaborating in areas of mutual respect. That is something that perhaps we can also do, as a judiciary, when and eventually when we do have our sports day, because I've discovered that apart from us, judicial staff, we have a lot of people from outside. When they hear the sports, they come, and that could be also one of the forums that we can use. Sports for Climate Action Framework is a framework that encourages sports organizations to reduce their carbon emissions and support the Paris Agreement. The framework lists the following principles that sports organizations should adhere to. Principle 1, undertakes systematic efforts to promote greater environmental responsibility. Sports organizations should incorporate climate change and its impacts into those strategies for operations, events, procurement, infrastructure, and communication. The principle urges sports organizations to bring themselves up to the standard of good practice by establishing responsibility for sustainability of the board level by defining sustainability strategies and implementing robust approaches to reducing climate impact, considering external and internal issues that influence the climate impact of the organization and in the future. Principle 2, reduce overall climate impact. Sports organizations are encouraged to prepare a strategy of achieving climate neutrality for their events. This could include, the organizations are encouraged to measure their standards. This means to gather information on their current sports activities to enable them calculate baseline climate footprints and select the most cost-effective action with the highest reduction potential. They should, for instance, avoid actions that emit CGS emissions occurring in the first place, reduce actions designed to lower climate impact on their activities, substitute, replace designed by switching to more efficient and cleaner equipment, fuels, materials. Perhaps that could include maybe where you have motor racing, try to encourage vehicles that perhaps use batteries or things like that. Compensate action engaged by compensate for all unavoidable impacts, typically by investing in emissions. Reports provide a credible account for their climate footprint, so that maybe after every event, if it is the Safari Rally or the World Cup or whatever, be able to give reports about what you have done in this respect. Educate for climate change. This could start in schools, for instance. Sports organizations should bring together, diffuse, and spotlight existing guidelines, resources, tools, and expertise collectively through transmitting knowledge. So I think one of the best places really is in the schools, but even us as a judiciary and other organizations, that is one of the areas that we can leverage on. Before we start our events, we find a way of reducing. For instance, if you are going to be using water and the bottles. We try and encourage perhaps water points like they are doing now. That will play a big role in doing that. Of course, it could also start with the infrastructure itself. I don't know how many of our stadia have areas where perhaps we need to, we can have dustbins, for instance. I think in many of our stadiums, by the time the game is over, the pitch is full of all manner of debris. And I think perhaps that is something that we can start by educating our fans. Sports organizations and sports events organizers are encouraged to adopt sustainable procurement policies to motivate providers to develop clear options. So if you find that perhaps Coca-Cola are just fond of bringing bottles of soda, you can try and encourage them to find an alternative way of perhaps reducing the wastage that we get and the debris that we have every time we have a sports activity. Limiting the number of plastic water and refreshment bottles that fans are allowed during sports. It may be a big challenge, of course, in the beginning, because apart from water, we know what else is carried in those bottles. But perhaps that could be a way of starting, encouraging people that perhaps you'll be able to get water points in the stadium or other arenas, so that they don't have to carry such bottles in the stadium. Sports organizations should also encourage carpooling to the sport event or reduce transport, and for the fans to help reduce the amount of carbon emission from all the numerous fans. I think some of our teams are doing that very, very well, but it's not because of trying to reduce carbon emission, but I think it's because they can't afford to drive their own cars to the stadium. But I think that is something that we need to encourage and say, if you live in Karen, can you pull, muingie gari moja, muende Nyayo Stadium muone mpira, alafu mrudi pamoja? In a small way that perhaps could help. Use of natural grass instead of plastic turf, which will also help in protecting the environment and significantly reduce plastic usage. The governor is not here, but perhaps some of the issues we would have wanted to ask him is what they are doing about Keynote Stadium. But it appears that it is encouraged that we don't use the artificial turfs because of what happens when they are used. But of course, if Kipyegon was here, she probably would have told you that it is better to run on an artificial turf than on the Maram. But again, those appears to be some of the things that pass the message to the sports fan, because as you are all aware, sports is now an industry that is followed by so many people. And the bigger the crowd, the better the transformation that you'll be able to pass to the people who are coming to watch the games. So I think the thing is that every crowd you get, like politicians, if you give them a crowd in a funeral, they'll talk, they'll not even be mourning, they'll take that advantage to send a message home. So perhaps we need to take advantage of all crowds that we have to pass the message on climate change issues. Athletes themselves can be a role model and climate ambassadors. So when the young budding athletes here, our established athletes like Tergat, Kipyegon, and the others talking about climate change, I think the message will sink in much deeper, and I'm sure our students who are here will agree with me that will be a role model that will be able to send a message to the crowd on this issue. Showcasing sustainable actions at events, at club grounds, it's also a very important forum. Associations, federations, networks, even as the judiciary and as our courts play their role in having forums like this conference, I think other organizations should leverage on every opportunity that they have to pass the message about climate change and other related issues. Sports club membership and team funds. You can take advantage of your club, and perhaps every time you have an event, you tell the fans, for every plastic bottle of water that you bring here, utapata so moja. I think the Ajoundre is wondering, is thinking so moja is a lot. But I think, I mean, we can do the most, every opportunity we have, wherever. Events such as the Super Bowl and the National Basketball Association are known for being advertising magnets. So we need to leverage and take advantage of such events to pass the message that we need to. Sports events organizers can use this avenue to disseminate information on climate action and climate justice. The 12th edition of the Water Company Sports Association Games at William Olen Timama Stadium in Narok, I think those are your neighbors there, was themed Combating Climate Change Crisis Through Sports. This is an example of how sports organizations can fight climate change. And during that event, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi, underscored the need to collective efforts to find viable solutions amidst escalating challenges stemming climate change. He noted that deforestation, pollution, and encroachment of water catchment areas are the main activities that negate efforts to combat effects of climate change. Targets of sports organizations, as per the conversation, all sports are to adopt the following targets. One midterm target to reduce GHG emissions by 50% to 2030. One long-term target to reach net zero GHG emissions by 2040. Targets should be inclusive of categories which are material to total emissions and where data available enables them to be measured effectively. Of course, it will take a long while before we get there, but there's always a start. Organizations which represent 40% of more total emissions to model Scope 3 emissions and get Scope 3 targets. We must process to commit, plan, proceed, and report all these events. Signatories of Sports for Climate Action Framework. Several sports organizations have already signed the Sports to Climate Action Framework, as well as the Race to Zero. They include, among others, the International Olympic Committee, FIFA, International Table Tennis Federation, the National Basketball Association, Athletics Kenya, which signed on 13th August 2021, my club, Arsenal Football Club, World Rugby, World Athletics, BBC Sports, Club Atletico, and Liverpool. I'm sure there are more others that have taken up that. So the FIFA example, FIFA was the first organization to join the UN Sports for Climate Action Framework. In the FIFA Sustainability Code, FIFA committed to reducing the offset of GHG emissions for its major events, including the World Cup and FIFA Women's World Cup. Some of the sustainability initiatives that FIFA has taken are energy-efficient stadiums, low emissions transportation, sustainability waste management practices, recycling, reusing, and composting waste. For those who watch football every other day, you may have noticed that the stadiums in Europe and elsewhere paint a very, very different picture from what we have at Nyayo. And now that the governor is not here, I can say Kipchoge Keino. The International Olympic Committee is another organization which embodies climate action in sports and its sustainability. All these organizations, they consider efficient energy efficient stadiums, low emissions transportation, sustainability waste management practices, and recycling, reusing, and composing of waste. In the UK, for instance, many of the stadiums are very small, so much of the transport is really together. People pull or go by the tube. For this place here, for Kenya, you find everybody wants to drive so that after that they can go to other events. But at least that is one of the things that the regulations suggest. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I said I don't want to waste this paper. I'm about to finish. Yeah. The Athletics Kenya and World Athletics example. Athletics Kenya became a signatory to the framework on 13th August 2021, which means that it will adhere to the World Athletics Sustainability Strategy 2020-2030. In this strategy, the World Athletics committed to deliver tangible benefits across the 3 pillars of sustainability. The strategy includes broad commitment to embrace sustainability principles and practices, which are also followed by the member federation. Components of the sustainability strategy include a plan to reduce world athletic carbon output by 10% and switch to 100% renewable energy at its headquarters by the year 2025. So the key benefits of the strategy as I end will also result in better management of the sports social environment risk factors, identification of opportunities benefiting the sports and engaging wider group of stakeholders, more efficient use of resources, delivering lower operation costs, and the World Athletics has also undertaken to provide a sustainable event management which lists best practices to be adhered to throughout the world. So I think in conclusion, Kenya and the National Olympic Committee have undertaken some admirable standards. We may not have seen them this early, but I think we are on the right path to ensuring that we play our own role in trying to combat climate change. So some of the legislations are there, which I don't want to go to. But thank you so much, colleagues and the members of the university, for giving me that opportunity to talk to you about sports and climate change. I'm known more about organizing sports events, but this has been a very good event for me to use this forum at this university to present this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mr. Justice Boaz Nathan, for that insightful presentation on the important issues that sports need to consider so that they can, in climate justice. For our students, we had 3 questions, but I want to turn the first question into, so that you can give us some answers on that, or you can contribute on that. So I'll just twist question number 1, which was for the Honorable CS, the question was, climate change and extreme weather are already affecting the sports we love, in putting the health of athletes at risk, leading to legal risk for sports organizations. How has the ministry positioned itself to address these existing challenges? So I'll just twist the last part of that question, and just for you to tell us, how will you want the ministry to advocate for climate justice through sports? What are your suggestions? What are you going to tell the government to do about it? And even the ELC are here. What are the things that you feel that they are not being considered as a citizen, as a student, and I'm sure most of you take part in sports? I can just give every one of you 1 minute just to put across that contribution. What are you telling the CS sports, and what are you telling the judiciary to do about it? So I can start from the far end. 1 minute just to answer that.
To our distinguished guest speakers, our distinguished honorable judges, my ladies and my lords, and to all other participants and other guests, I greet you once more. Good evening. As I said earlier, my name is Stephen Odhiambo, LLB student at JKUAT. In order to be able to converse on that issue, allow me to put forth the following. We need to have, I normally call them AWEMA. First of all, sorry to say, I've been playing football since my year 1, since I joined campus, but again, due to 1 or 2, I decided to step down a little bit. So before you, allow me to say the following, that I normally have a structure known as WEMA, that is workshops, education, mentorship, and advocacy. Why am I saying that I normally call them WEMA, or what is the essence, or rather, what is the importance of this? First of all, we need to acknowledge that there is indeed platforms and right fora for this. For instance, we do have our courts and we do have our judiciary well established. We do need to also acknowledge the various legislations set in place. For instance, let me just say one, we have the Sports Act 2013. So when we all have this into mind, and we now put for the question of climate justice in its relationship, or rather the link between climate justice and sports, we need to have a structure where we are having several workshops in order to maintain that, or rather to call upon the various parties, relevant parties in this, so that they can be able to be given fora, so that we can hear from one or two ends and agree on one thing. Again, on the second bit, that is on education, we need to ensure that we educate the society as a whole, maybe through, we have the judiciary, maybe all the courts relevant in this, to be able, for instance, we have the sports tribunal, and we can have this as the right fora to address such instances. And for instance, we also have the environment and land court. We need to appreciate the very courts that we do have, and we need to put forth our belief and ensure that we give them the trust they deserve, so that they can be able to educate us on such matters. Thirdly, we do have the mentorship programs. We need to have mentorship sessions where the seniors, as I normally call them, or seniors, can be able to mentor the young ones, so that they can be able to know or to acknowledge the fact that there is indeed a climate aspect, and we need to advocate for climate justice, so that we can be able to have a smooth flow in the sports system in the country. Fourth, on advocacy, we have several legal minds and jurists who are coming up with several opinions, or rather views, and some are even coming up with several articles, some are coming up with new principles, so that our honorable judges can be able to maybe have a look into them, in order to ensure that there is that a link between those several principles that are coming up, and in order for them to be able to relay it very well when they are dealing with climate justice and sports matters. Due to time, I beg to cede the floor to the other panelists, and I truly hope that we need to advocate for climate justice, for the sport, for the future of our sports in this country. Thank you very much.
Let me just change the question a little bit. Maybe you come in and tell us how has already climate affected the athletes in this area. Maybe you can just answer that one.
Sorry for that. Like I said earlier, my name is Alan Goya, law student, Moi University. Basically, before the question was retuned, I wanted to address 2 or 3 limbs that the interaction between climate change and sports, and what can be done to remedy through sport, to remedy climate change through sports. So one, we all know most of the sports in the country and regionally are basically physical, whereby players interact on the surface, that's playgrounds, and most of these playgrounds are established through cutting down trees, probably ground clearing, and negatively it impacts the environment. And I think when a policy or a government program is introduced that would put or introduce some aspect of virtual sports, for example, students, some of us know these virtual games that we play. You might be in your house, and you have connections of internet connections, and you can interact and play against a player from Tanzania or any other country. And literally, first of all, it will help to reduce that aspect of decongestion, where at the end of the day, some of the trees or the environment will be impacted negatively. That's the first. Second, I would also now what should be done with regards to the role or the role that the judiciary as a whole should get involved in combating climate change through sports. Probably there can be a decision or a kind of an approach whereby sport climate change justice issues or disputes be given a session. Probably that can also help in a priority that can help in a speedy disposition of such matters. Another area, when now with regards to the impact of the sports and how can sports positively impact on climate change. Some of the sports activities, when they are organized, at the end of the day, or probably internationally, they are a source of revenue for the country. Probably if some of the revenues can be allocated a given percentage to help combat climate change, basically can also be an area to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Not really to resolve what the panelists have said. The sole reason I remained for this panel was when I saw the sub-themes, my first question was, do sports activities really have a carbon print? Because the first thing that came to my mind was a football match and the footballers playing, and the only thing I could think of was the only thing they are contributing probably is their sweatiness and everything. So I didn't see a way to connect them. That's why I remained, and it was a question I'd asked the panel. But since I moved to the panel, I really had to find an answer to that, and Justice Boaz has helped me in that. But how is the relationship between sports and the environment? I think both affect each other. And first, to answer the question on how the environment affects the sports, a good example that I've managed to come up with is, I think everyone here let me not assume, how many have watched the safari rallies? Or rather the World Cross Champions? You'll notice that it takes place in different climatic regions, right? Probably the reason they choose East Africa and Kenya is because of the semi-arid nature of Kenya. You'll find them in Europe where there is more snowy environment. So I think there's a relationship between what kind of environment is found in what place and what sports are favored in that place. Secondly, I think I come from a place where it's used by marathoners to practice. And growing up and in primary school, we learned that marathoners would like to use those high altitude areas for practicing. So I think as climate change comes and the globe and the country is turning more warmer, so the colder places are shrinking. And therefore, I believe this will really affect our athletes. So, and I think the second bit of it is how the sports can help mitigate climate change. And it has really been well addressed. And my major point was on the public awareness. Justice Boaz mentioned the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl. Who has watched the Super Bowl? In the US? You should watch it. And the most reason why people in the US watch the Super Bowl is not because of the American football. It's majorly because of the advertisements. And it's around a 2-hour show, but at least 1.5 hours is advertisements. And if you read about the advertisements, some big corporations pay a lot to have their advertisements in the Super Bowl. So I think the same can be adapted in Kenya, where during sports activities, the sensitization on climate change can be done. Thank you.
Let's clap again for our students. Also for our panelists. Also clap for yourselves for being here. Thank you so much for listening to us. It has been a good session, even though some of our panelists were not there. But at the end of the day, we have done something. We have talked about climate and sports issues. And for that, we come to the close of our session. But before I close this session, of course, I know you have questions. Okay, it's just that I'm being told that time is not on our side, but we can go direct to the questions. I can take 4 questions. Somebody already has a mic.
Sure.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Lagat. I am the Secretary General, Kenya Paravoli, sitting valuable in other terms. Apparently, I just wanted to make some comments. Sometimes it's so difficult to wear a shoe that does not belong to you. You will not know whether it's pinching you on the small toe or the bigger one. So apparently, maybe this is what I would want to say, that in sports, we should at least use the athletes, say for instance, like Faith, who is a marketer for, say, Nike, for example, to create sensitization and awareness worldwide on what should be done, especially in sports. Say, for instance, during sporting events, they are picked by vehicles from their camps, because of course they have camps when they are in Olympics, for instance. So they should emphasize on using, say, electric vehicles instead of carbon-emitting vehicles. Other than that, say, let's cut the plastic soup, for instance. Like today, we don't have plastic water bottles. And instead, there are other sportswears that can be generated or regenerated through recycling, reusing, and reducing the plastic soup. Say, for instance, the nets. Say, for instance, like today, we standing on the red plastic carpets, for instance. So in different arenas, there are some of these sportswears and equipments. So maybe because someone is touching me, so let me just cut short and say, in sports, there are so many other approaches that should be taken to advocate for climate change. Maybe to end, I will summarize. We should name and shame some of the companies that their products are used are not properly recollected from those sites. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those suggestions. I hope everybody is taking it to account, even our judges. Welcome, you can have your question.
My name is Washira Kariuki. I work with a civil society organization called African Network for Animal Warfare. I want just to say 2 things. One is that sports are fun-based. And those fans, sometimes, they get to be fanatical with what they believe in. That is energy we need to tap, where the sports organizations themselves use that community of fans who believe in the cause of that sport, and then we can turn it around. Then the other thing I want to say is that sports and climate change have a very interesting relationship. When sports activities do give a lot of emission, at the same time, the climate change affects the health of the athletes and sports people. For example, heat waves, damp air, reduces competition in itself, and we need to understand that from that perspective. And finally, we also need to understand what is lacking in climate discourse. It is knowledge, skills, and attitude change. And sports can be a very fertile ground to give knowledge, to give skills on how to combat climate change, and finally, attitude change. Many of us don't even believe that climate change is for real, and therefore we need to work on that.
Thank you so much. Next.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Mbenge. I work at Flocker, and I just want to make a comment so that the sports people can be keen about it. I'm not sportlish myself, and so when he talked about the Super Bowl, my head was thinking of a big bakuli or something. So I'll see you and you'll explain to me that. Well, my point comes to something that we are not thinking about, but it affects us whether we are in sports or not, and this is air quality and air pollution. Because most of our sports in Africa are outdoor, athletics, football, we are running. And so we need to keep breathing, and this affects our respiratory system, and we get affected by these greenhouse gases. Now, there's an area in Nairobi that you'll find maybe, or when not in Nairobi, but most of the counties, it is industrial, okay? We don't have proper infrastructure. We don't have instruments for measuring this air quality so that we can know how much are we emitting. And if so, we need to step back and think a little bit how we can cover our mess by reducing our emissions, and this can be done by buying, those certificates to emit, and that is carbon trading. I don't want to go so much into that because, it can either be voluntary, where companies buy the certificates to emit, or they are forced by government, and that is now where this whole team comes in to ensure that these companies that are emitting get to ensure that we have a safe space for our children even. There's research that was recently done by a friend of mine in Nairobi, and it's along Mombasa Road where we have those industrial areas. Now, we have a lot of emissions, we have a lot of pollution going on there. And then we have an airspace, okay? So it's very clear. So what happens, there's a lot of wind that is on free fall. Now, those pollution, the kind of pollution that is happening there, you expect it to fall maybe around estates, because there are lots of estates there. We're talking about Sabaki, Mlolongo, Akina Imara, Daima Feather, all that, okay? So you expect it actually to fall and affect the people living there. But apparently it is not. Because there was research done with laser, and they used some data from satellite imagery, and the wind is throwing the pollution and all those gases to fall in places like Kitengela, Kajiado, Machakos, that kind of polyton, so that those are spaces where we have a lot of rural, and we need to really protect the sportsmen and even children, because those gases are heavy, so they come to a lower level. And so we really need to be keen about air quality and air pollution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I've just noted something from her. She's talking about keep breathing. Every time you're having an issue, somebody's telling you, just breathe in. You're going to be okay. Just imagine it's an athlete running and somebody is telling him or her to breathe, and you are breathing bad air. So I welcome the chair to close our session. Thank you so much for participating in this panel.
So I wish to close by thanking the moderator for a job well done, adjusting to the circumstances and twisting the questions. Thank you very much, Madam Soinei Arsena. I wish to thank Justice Olao for standing in the gap and giving us such a wonderful presentation. I have learned so much. Actually, I didn't know that there is so much in sports and climate change. Thank you, Judge. You did a good job, and I'm sorry I cut you short. I want you to give me a copy of your presentation for my own record. I wish to thank the students, Stephen Odhiambo from JKUAT, Alan Nguya from this university, and Eric Moturi. Your contribution is very, I was surprised in a pleasant manner by the quality of your thoughts and your presentations. You really stood in the gap. And I don't know what those panelists who did not make it would have said, but I think you really fitted in the gap. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. And thank you, Moturi, for being strong to serve. I'm very happy that you appeared from nowhere, and you had questions for the panelists, but you became a panelist yourself and answered the question that you wanted to ask. That's great. So I think we have come to the end of this wonderful session. And let me also thank the delegates and those who contributed. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Washira. Thank you, the other gentlemen. We have learned a lot from you. And if we could push this conversation further, we would even learn more. It has been education to me this afternoon. So thank you. I think we'll close with a word of prayer. Who will say the prayer? Who was in our group? Yes, Irene Choge. So not a... Oh, yeah, the prayer can be communal. Yes, thank you. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kindly help me clap for them, especially the three. Sorry, I'm not yeah. They volunteered and they gave us very good points. We must clap for them, please. And then to make matters worse, in between, the moderator decided to change the question when people are on their feet and they still were able to respond. Thank you very much. I think we must clap for them. And I think that's the way to go. That's the way to go. We are seeing leadership. So the LLB students, congratulations. Very good leadership. I am aware we still have a session going on there, but I would like us to close so we don't cut them short. Tomorrow we start at 8:30. You don't want to miss the faces, the real faces of the 53, were they 52 or 53 judges? 52. We will start with their story. The Mutungas who used to shower first and then go to the mud, we will see them tomorrow. Those ones who used to go to the swings instead of going to school, we'll see them tomorrow. There are some who told me that they used to hide in the, not even mango trees, the interesting guava trees. Then you wait for the bell, and then you run back home. And that's Mary Mwiti. She's just confessing. So we'll see them tomorrow. Let's look at the journey. And then let's try to pin together and put together the pieces to what it means to have this kind of courts, but also begin to wear out and begin clothing ourselves in what is required of us as judges of the Environment and Land Court to pave the way to having effective jurisprudence. So I hope we'll not miss out at 8:30. After that, we'll do a recap. We will have the 3 sessions, recap, and then go to the session. So I hope you don't want to miss on that. I am hoping to have a full room tomorrow. Now, one administrative announcement. I would like us to have a short session with our organizers, led by Rose Makungu, registrar. I can see her there. I hope she has heard me. And the team that was on site in Eldoret, together with our rapporteurs. Kindly, let's meet after this. I would like to now request for a prayer. Who was that who was going to pray for us? Closing prayer. Did we have a volunteer? Was there? Okay, volunteer. Irene, pray for us. Take the stage. There.
So this is how we are going to say our prayer. We're going to look at the person next to you, and you tell them the words of the grace. And you can also turn and look at the person behind you as you continue saying the words of the grace. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
May we please have a meeting with
The Environment
all
and
the
Land Court, sustainability, and at court hears disputes in land tenure, natural resources, common and enforced rights. The court, which is led by a principal judge, Justice Oscar Angote, is made up of 53 judges serving in 39 court stations across the country. The registrar of the court is Honorable Rose Maku, has 2 divisions.